Can't get to everything in the world of sports or entertainment. Good thing the guys are here to bring you in case you missed it.
And for that, we turn it over to our executive producer, the one and only Justin Cooper.
Coop!
Hey.
Coop!
Hey.
All right, so did you guys see that Dave Roberts was kind of complaining about the international travel for the Dodgers and kind of implying that, I don't know, maybe Canada is up to some shenanigans? He said he doesn't, it's like, I just arrived 30 minutes ago, so there were some delays. I don't know if there was intent or not, but man, the international stuff was a bear, but we made it.
Huh.
I mean,
now these guys are
what's
flying
up with everyone?
private, right?
No, everyone from Southern California has an excuse about traveling.
It's
just
horrible.
It's unbelievable.
It's horrible experiences
It's
trying
the
to fly
Dodgers, Southern Cal, like everyone's just complaining about it. Like no one else has to travel that way, you know?
When I was a kid and camcorders were a thing, like VHS tapes you put inside of them and record it. I was going to the gate to go to Utah. I was like 12 years old, I believe, going to Utah, and the Pittsburgh Pirates were walking through the terminal to go to their airplane. I caught it on film. Like, I don't know where that VHS cassette is, but I caught Barry Bonds, Bobby Bonilla, Van Slyke. Like, they were all coming through just walking. I was just catching all of them.
Doug Drabeck.
Yeah. Doug Drabeck. Yeah. It was pretty cool. I thought they would be taking privates by now. They're not taking a private?
I'm pretty sure they are. Like,
that's strange, man. I don't know.
Yeah, travel's easy these days. I don't know if there's much to complain about.
I mean, all day from Cali to Canada,
I think
just
it's
take
5
JSX.
hours.
They need just charter JSX.
Yeah, it's a private airline.
I mean, how many people are on a baseball squad? Like 20? 22?
Yeah, close to 30 for
Oh,
players.
okay. All right. Well, that's the need a big thing.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-444-2013. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-444-2013. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-444-2013. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-444-2013 or biglou.com.
He's back.
The Chiefs come on a flip pass to Rice, near side, touchdown! Kansas City! They load the right side up again. A single, the near side, caught Rice! Touchdown! Kansas City! Rashee Rice, his second touchdown!
Monday Night Football at Arrowhead. Chiefs and Commanders. With pregame starting at 4. Kickoff at 7:15 right here on your home for Chiefs football. 96.5, The Fan.
Hey y'all, it's the Rocket Roger Clemens here. Spent a lot of time pitching heat. Years later, the pain in my joints remind me of those days, but I'm not looking to sit still, and I definitely am not interested in going under the knife. That's why I chose QC Kinetics.
Not just for elite retired athletes. QC Kinetics gives everyday folks joint pain relief using regenerative treatments that work with your body to help repair joint damage.
No surgery, no long recovery, whether it's your knees, hips, shoulders, or back. My friends at QC Kinetics will help you get moving again so you can get back to doing the things you love.
QC Kinetics medical professionals will look at your x-rays or MRI to determine if you're a good candidate.
I trusted QC Kinetics to help me feel like myself again, and I'm proud to recommend them to you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. 816-412-6299.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. Their max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/life.
1 in 8 women will face breast cancer. But the Breast Cancer Research Foundation is changing that. With breakthroughs in prevention and treatment, we're not just saving lives, we're rewriting the future, giving those diagnosed more time to not just survive, but thrive. This is the moment. This is the mission. Support breast cancer research. Until 1 in 8 is none in 8.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports. Wake up with Fesco and Dusty from 6 to 10. Hang out with Cody and Gold from 10 until 2. And on your way home, tune in for The Drive with Carrington Harrison. Can't listen in the car? Listen live or on demand with the Odyssey app. And watch all the shows on YouTube or your favorite social media platforms. Your home for Chiefs football. Your home for Royals baseball. Your home for Kansas City sports. This is 96.5 Chiefs football. The Fan. 96.5 The Fan. KFNC FM and AM HD1 and HD2 Kansas City. An Odyssey Sports Station.
All right, so first things first, on a Monday morning of a Chiefs game on Monday night, Mac, you got to turn your camera on and show the people your hair.
All right. Mac got his haircut. Dusty came in and goes, yeah, Mac's got a haircut. I'm like, I swear I saw that the other day. I mean, I swear you had your haircut the other day. And it was like, oh, I saw you Friday afternoon at happy hour and you had the haircut.
Yes.
That's where the haircut came in.
How many inches did we take off?
Quite a bit, dude.
Did you sell it?
I did not.
Oh, you can sell your hair. People will buy that kind of
stuff.
stuff.
It has to be extra long, right?
I mean, yours was pretty long, though.
Pretty long, yeah.
Would you lose a couple inches?
For sure.
You
For sure,
gonna
a few
come?
inches.
Yeah. What do you have it cut for? Is there something coming up that you need to tell the people about? Why you decided to finally get the locks trimmed a little bit?
No, it's just the cycle. Just got
the season.
Just got the flow off, and then a year from now, 6 months from now, it'll all be back, and then we'll do it again in some different ways.
So this is just the process.
This is the process.
All
This
right.
is the cycle.
This is the way.
I'll just grow it back. I
The
won't get it cut.
Macalorian.
Yes.
Are you
yes,
gonna go?
exactly.
You got to go with a ponytail when you get that thing
Please
back
don't.
out to the long way.
Little man
Yeah.
bun action?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I'll
think
do
so.
that for you.
Yeah,
Yes.
do please, because I'm kind of
Absolutely.
jealous. I would love to have the man bun going on. Tried to grow it during COVID and tried to grow a mullet during COVID too. It didn't work.
Didn't go okay.
Nah, it
yeah.
didn't go so
well,
well.
in 8 months, I'll get to you. Yeah,
All right.
8 months. Yeah.
So we're talking like August next year.
Yeah, pretty much.
Basically June now. We get to June next year, kind of that lull of the summertime. The World Cup's going on, and Mac's got long
I'll have
hair
that
again.
flow
All right.
back. Yes,
All right,
exactly
I like it. Let's
right.
go.
Now, if the Chiefs lose today, that's going to be my fault.
Yes,
'cause I cut
of
the hair.
course it is,
Yes,
yes.
I'm going to get some
Or
serious
the last
text.
time we were together for a game, the Chiefs lost. It was Super Bowl, so we'll both go down together.
You can both go down in
Yeah.
flames on this one.
That's true.
It's nasty out there today, right?
I
mean, like
know.
it's just a misty, nasty
Yeah.
type of day tonight. Is it going to be like that tonight for the game, or is it just going to be like that for the early part of the day? Because if you look at that extended forecast, don't do that to yourself. It's going to be a mess out there for the next couple of days. But I mean, is the game going to be a mess tonight? I feel like the game could be a mess tonight. It could be a slop fest out there at Arrowhead Stadium.
Yeah, I don't know. Yesterday was, if it's anything like yesterday, then you kind of know what today is going to be. Just a mystified sog pit.
Yeah, and those are the worst ones to sit in too. I'd rather have the cold and sun or the
100%.
heat or even the snow at certain points in time. But if you're sitting out in the misty rain, that's just the worst time. That is the worst time to have at a game because it's just nasty. It's just constant rain on you the whole time.
Did anybody on the fantasy show mention your haircut?
No, I don't believe so. Binkley gave me a nice. Binkley loved it.
I'm sure Binkley did. Yeah, it's filled his weekend. Yeah,
Hey, Mac.
yeah.
How long was it?
Yeah.
Exactly.
I think he was. There's a place called Locks of Love.
Yeah,
I think I
exactly.
haven't been there since 1979.
Did he ask you what you did with the hair after they cut it off?
No, I think he was actually just upset. He was sad that they were gone. Yeah,
right.
so it'll be
Sad?
good. He was.
He'll
He
get
seemed
over
upset.
it. He'll
yeah.
get over it. He'll be fine.
I didn't know.
Mac.
Yeah, it was an honest mistake.
Sorry,
Cut my
bro.
hair.
Forgot to ask you.
Yeah.
Call me John Harbaugh. Yeah, geek. So sometimes sports are kind of special. Yesterday, it's interesting how this could have ever happened, but the Jets game, right? We get the notification. Maybe not all of us are sick and have notifications on their phone of announcements that happened throughout the day. And we got the announcement yesterday that Nick Mangold had died at 41 to a kidney disease.
Yeah.
Really, really hit Rex Ryan pretty tough. So we won't do anything to Rex Ryan today. But yeah, it was announced that he had passed away yesterday at the age of 41 with a kidney disease.
Yep.
And interesting why you might start the show off with this sad sort of thing. And I've always had this, knack in reading things beyond what the sports are. And it's awesome at times when you think about, where you are in life, whether it's your mental, whether it's your, physical, whether it's family drama, whether you've lost somebody or whatever, you feel like you're, ready to give up. And that kind of seemed like the Jets' mantra the last week, right? We hear all this stuff about, Justin Fields, we're making fun of him because the owner's like, yeah, the coach is fine, but the quarterback sucks. Probably need to move on from him. The whole week they're talking about having Tyrod Taylor play. And all of a sudden it's like, yeah, Tyrod Taylor can't go. Justin Fields is going to play. Then on Sunday morning, Nick Mangold died. And he died and he grew up and was born in Centerville, Ohio, which was 45 minutes from Cincinnati's field. And oh, by the way, the Jets would come back in classic fashion and get their first win of the season against Cincinnati yesterday.
Yeah.
You can't make those things up. They just happen. And this, of course, was Justin Fields after the game.
I'm going to get pretty vulnerable right here, but this week I kind of, I found myself in my closet crying on the ground, laying down, not because of the hardships, not because of the troubles. I felt like, I was built to handle that and I was put in place to handle this situation. But in that moment when I was talking to my best friend, how hard it was and just, not wavering faith-wise, I just had gotten a text from my sister and my stepmom, and it was just an encouraging text on, just keep going and keep spreading the faith, and they just sent me a link on social media, and I tell you guys all the time that I'm not on social media, so I didn't see it. So that was just it was just a sign from God for me to keep going, and that I'm in the right place.
So there you go, Justin Fields, completely laying his guard down. Athletes are humans too, and I think sometimes it's good to see that, even though the situation that merits this sort of emotion isn't always what you want to see. But people go one of two ways when struck with adversity where they don't know what they're going to do. They either continue to go down that deep, dark path and don't try to get help or, lose faith in whatever they may try to find, or they thrive from this. And 24-16 in the third quarter with 2 minutes left, and even worse than that, 31-16, and the Jets came back and won. And they're not going to be a good team this year. We know that.
Right.
But that's a huge win, and how they can co-op with that and move forward with that, it's big for Aaron Glenn because that lets him and tell his ownership know that I still have control of this team. Even though we are a bad team, I have control of this team and we'll be okay.
Well, yeah, and they went out and played. I mean, you're right. It was 31-16, and nobody's thinking that the Jets are going to come back and win that football game. But there are those higher beings, those things out there that just happen, and you can't explain it. And the Nick Mangold thing to me is devastating because 41 years old. That's younger than I am. That's almost your age right now. Mac, you got a couple more years to go before you get there, but it's relatively close to where you are as well. And it really was, it hit hard, the other day when he was on Twitter, I guess about 2 weeks ago, saying, I need a kidney, man. Like, does anybody have a kidney? And then 2 weeks later, he's gone. And you see the impact that he's had on so many different people, the raw emotion. You mentioned Rex Ryan. I mean, I don't know that I've ever seen anything like that before. The raw emotion of somebody losing somebody like that on live TV and getting that information as it was going on. But it also remembers you got to slow things down a little bit too and stop focusing on the stuff in life that really doesn't matter, guys. Like, and I'm talking to everybody about that. We, as human beings, we always focus on the stuff that we shouldn't really focus on. You know, the stuff that really in the big picture of things doesn't matter. What matters is your family. What matters is your parents, your kids, you know, that unit that you have, that your friends. That's what matters. And we put so much stress and focus on some of the things that don't matter. Like, you know, work at times for a lot of people, right? You prioritize that instead of prioritizing what matters. And when you see something like this happen to Nick Mangold, you try to reset your stuff, right? You try to reset your priorities in life. And we talk about it and we do it. And then 2 days later, we're back to prioritizing and worrying about the things that aren't as magnitudable as your family, as your kids, as your parents, as your loved ones, and as your friends, and the stuff that really, truly matters. And I think when Nick Mangold died yesterday, I just kind of sat back and went, man, you guys know I've been going through it lately. I'm just going to be honest. You know, I've got my kids. They're going through their stuff. They're getting older now. We did our first kind of college visit over the weekend with my oldest daughter. So I really am going through it with that kind of stuff. I'm having a hard time watching my kids grow up and knowing that it's going to be over before before a blink of an eye. And it really stinks. And then I see Nick Mangold at 41 years old. I go, my biggest fear in the world is not walking my daughters down the aisle at their wedding. I can't imagine his kids losing their dad at 41 years old. Like, it just absolutely sucks. And it puts it into perspective of what really does matter. You know, we get caught up in sports. We get caught up in whatever in life. And, oh, man, the Chiefs stink or the Royals stink and all this kind of stuff. That's the recreation stuff. That's the fun stuff. That gets you away from what the realities of life are. And the realities of life are, life's hard, man. And we're all in this thing together, just so everybody knows. Like, nobody's out there on an island alone. We're all in this thing together. And after seeing Nick Mangold pass away yesterday, I hope a lot of people take that to heart and go, man, I'm really going to, kind of change the way I do things and prioritize things, because 41 is just way too, especially for an athlete who's in the best shape you could possibly be in. It sucks, man.
And then they go out there and win.
Mm-hmm.
And Justin Fields is at a point in his life where he's like, man, this sucks. And it's like, man, like a 41-year-old passed away. It could be a lot worse.
Yep.
And then goes out there and absolutely just shreds.
And that 2-point conversion that they went for no apparent reason whatsoever.
Wow.
I mean, that could have cost you the game, and you're losing the game, and you're sitting at 0-8. But what's the difference? 0-7, 0-8. You go for it, and they went for it, and they got it by the hair of the ball too, just barely across the line. They got it, and they end up winning the game by 1 point. So
define irony.
Yeah,
the quarterback in despair, and the one we're talking about didn't even throw the game-winning touchdown. A running back did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, it's weird, man. Weird how it works. Praise be, man. I'll tell you that. That's all I have to say. But no, you had a good weekend. You had to go to In-N-Out with the daughter.
Yeah, I did.
Colorado, to Red Rock.
We did. We went to Red Rocks and saw that. Made a mistake of hiking about 1,000 feet up. I think, ooh, there's a parking spot. Let's take it. And then altitude later, we're like,
oh yeah.
I didn't realize it was going to be that bad. And I mean, like, neither of us are out of shape or anything like that. So that was a hell of a lot of fun. We got to get to a concert at Red Rocks. I'll just tell you that right now.
Oh, yeah.
It's got to be everybody's bucket list place to see a concert. It has to be, right? I mean, even if you've never been there before, it probably needs to be on your bucket list. And that was the first time that I was ever there. I'm like, on the bucket list, I got to go see something here at Red Rocks. And I think Dave Matthews is kind of like the the artist that everybody wants to see at Red Rocks. Used to be Jimmy Buffett, rest in peace, and whatnot. But I think Dave Matthews kind of just fits that vibe really, really well out there at Red Rocks. So no, it was fun. We went to Boulder, and I mean, there's no buzz about that football team, guys. And then they went out and lost 53-7. We kind of snuck into the stadium.
And
to
their
kind
head
of
coach is picking up pylons from their defensive coordinator who kicks them over. I don't know.
I don't get
what is that? Warren Sapp's an idiot. Like, did you see the way he was dressed before the game too?
Yeah.
Like he was going to go out there and play. He had his headsets on and his warm-ups. Like he was ready to go out there and play. And he's kicking down pylons like a child. And then Deion Sanders is behind him picking up the pylons. 53-7 they lost. And like I said, there was no buzz on campus that there was even a football game that night. Everybody's in their Halloween costumes. took my daughter around the fraternities and sororities. She goes, I think I could do this. I'm like, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I bet you could.
I think you can go ahead and do something like that. So I looked into the stadium, right? And I looked at all the retired names that they had. I did not see Shedeur Sanders up there with the rest of the team. Now, I couldn't get a view of the entire stadium, but it was one side of the stadium. It had about 12, 15 different names on it. Eric Bieniemy's names up there and some of the greats, that played at Colorado. I did not see Shedeur Sanders on there. Now, I don't know if there's a different Ring of Honor and they put him on the scoreboard or something like that, but I purposely went and looked at every name 3 or 4 times just to make sure. Again, I didn't have a great view of the stadium. I was looking through a kind of an entryway type thing. They had a gate up, but I didn't see Shedeur's name out there right now. But that thing in Colorado, man, that thing appears done, doesn't it?
That dissipated quickly.
Fast. Fast that dissipated, man.
But I really liked it.
But I will say this. He got me back into college football. So it's not a bad thing, right? Both things can be true. His time may be done at Colorado, and it may not ever happen anywhere else. But he also got me back into college football over the last couple of years. And I like that because I don't think I would be back in as much as I have been over the last few years if Deion didn't come back in and give me that kind of intriguing storyline to walk through the door.
Right. I mean, Deion can get you back into college football. Brian Kelly.
Yeah.
I don't know. Did you see that he got a call from UCLA because they have a vacancy? And he called him back and left a voicemail.
Bro, just drop in, just ride the barrel and get pitted. So pitted.
Brian Kelly fired at LSU. We'll get into more of that later on today. Coming up on the other side, what's more impressing or impressive? Plus, we get into our overreaction on Monday at 6:30. You're listening to Fesco and Dusty with Mac Morey here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
This is Fesco and Dusty on your home for Royals baseball. 96.5 The Fan. Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, I'll tell you what, my friends over at Heartland Men's Health are saying, hey, call us now. The holidays are fast approaching, and you know what? You want to have a great holiday season. And many men remember the first time, but it's not the first time you're probably thinking about. It's that first time that erectile dysfunction ruined the moment. So if you're over 50, it's likely you've had that first time yourself. But the good news is that if you're like most men, the first time can be the last time that ED impacts your sex life. Heartland Men's Health has treatments that work when the pills or herbals fail. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%, and some treatments can even have you last an hour or more. So if ED has been affecting your intimacy, it's time to make the last time that happens the last time that happens. Schedule a consult with Heartland Men's Health today. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes a medical consult with a licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in your office, the visit is free. Plus, they have an expert staff on hand, and if you're like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. And they have 3 locations to serve you: Overland Park, Independence between Blue Springs and Lee Summit, and North Kansas City. So call them today, 844-447-6600, or visit heartlandmenshealth.com.
Shopping for a new Ford? Go where it's easy. Rob Side Ford. Non-commissioned staff, huge trade-in values, and Kansas City's top-rated Ford dealer. Rob Side Ford. ROBSIGHT.com.
I'm worth more.
I'm worth a little more.
I'm worth a lot more.
You are worth more, and your car is worth more at GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car.
GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
And Doug.
Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu, is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at repairclinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
1 in 8 women will face breast cancer. Only research will move us closer to a cure, faster. At the Breast Cancer Research Foundation, our mission is simple: to prevent and cure breast cancer by fueling the world's most promising research. As the world's largest private funder of breast cancer research, we are advancing the breakthroughs that save lives, unlocking the treatments that change futures, giving those diagnosed more time to not just survive, but thrive. BCRF has helped drive a 44% drop in breast cancer deaths over the last 30 years, but there is still critical work to do. 1 in 8 is more than a statistic. Each one is a mother, a daughter, a sister, a friend, and we can change their future together. This is the moment. This is the mission. Join us until 1 in 8 is none in 8.
It's football season and snacking season, and nothing goes better with football and snacking better than Daisy Dips. And now Daisy came out with a delicious Daisy French onion dip and a Daisy ranch dip, and these are a game changer. From chips to wings to veggies, they all go better with Daisy Dips. And I love dipping pretzels into the Daisy French onion dip. It's amazing. And the best part, these are delicious as homemade dips because they're made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you find in your own kitchen. Look for Daisy Dips at a grocery store near you.
This is the take care of my family goal. This is the enjoy the life I've built goal. This is the set up a foundation goal. This is Busey, where your goals become lasting legacies. Through bespoke plans that maximize your wealth, through partnerships that give you peace of mind. Because building wealth, tending to it, and passing it down secures a brighter future. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the DM Injury Law Studios. Mike's got this. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by Gann Asphalt and Concrete, one contractor, all things parking lot. On the Missouri side, 35 southbound from Missouri 152 into downtown is a 12-minute trip. Kansas side, 35 northbound trip from Olathe into downtown is 20 minutes. The world's coming to Kansas City in 2026. Is your parking lot ready? Faded lines, potholes, unsafe sidewalks. Gann Asphalt and Concrete is your winning team. One contractor, all things parking lot. Visit GannAsphalt.com today. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Rolling along on this wonderful Monday because there is a football game being played tonight at Arrowhead Stadium. Chiefs, Commanders, 7 p.m. Woo! It's Eric Fisher banging the drum tonight.
Nice.
Big fish.
I love it.
Big fish. So should be fun tonight. Mitch got us all hyped up on Friday about what they're going to do for military appreciation.
Yeah, I
Should be a
can't wait
big,
for that.
Big thing there. Are you going to go to the game?
No,
tonight?
tonight, no.
Monday
We don't do Sunday and Monday night games.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
I mean,
just checking.
A little bit much for us there, Dustman. I'll tell you, to be honest with you. So
Okay. I didn't know.
No.
Especially with being Marcus Mariota.
Yep.
I doubt that really moves the needle too much. Which again, you're playing another team that doesn't have their starting quarterback or injuries related to their team in crucial spots. So I ask, what's more impressive to do is play a team that's not fully healthy. What's more impressive to watch or see thrive, the offense or the defense? I think this week in this Monday night game, with their quarterback being out, and I know Marcus Mariota is going to be able to hold things together in a spot start. He's done that before this year. But you would think that your defense will be up a gear, kind of have a little bit more because how they will say the terminology or the cliche that, the Sharks see blood in the water, they tend to get it more aggressive.
Right.
You see that there's a quarterback that is a backup. He's not the starter for multiple reasons. So what do? You kind of stir it up a little bit more. You see the blood in the water. You are the Sharks on the defensive line. Or if you're the offense and you're going to get the ball more often, do you want to see that offense continue to thrive and put up 30 and just be like, hey, here's the deal. You can say the Colts aren't playing anybody and they're 6-1 or 7-1, whatever the hell they are, just point differential. You look at it, you're like, they might be playing the Titans, but they blew the Titans out.
That's right.
Hey, they're playing the, whatever, but they blew that team out.
Correct.
And, a lot of people were upset that I said it's okay to be humble with this team right now because you have really played decimated teams. But you beat the Raiders 31-0. You beat Detroit 30-17. Like, that offense only put up 17 points against your defense. That's why I bring up the question, what's more impressive when you see a team like the Chiefs play a team like Detroit, whose defense was completely beat up and battered, but you put up 30, or the fact that your defense, their offense was healthy, and you held them to 17. Whereas the Raiders, you just shut them out. And you look at Baltimore, that's a bad team. They had Lamar Jackson for most of that game. They still only put up 20. Your defense was impressive. So tonight, do you want to see that offense kind of impress you, or do you kind of want to be like, you know what? We're getting ready to play the Bills, who know how to run the ball, the Colts, who, by God, they know how to run the ball, and Denver knows how to run the ball. And this is kind of like a preempt to, like, is our defensive line and is this defense really ready to get out there? Because I think this game is going to be easily won by the Kansas City Chiefs. Maybe I'm, jinxing it too much, but I think this is just another one of those appetizer-type meals, and the main course is on the way. And that main course is Buffalo, Denver, Indianapolis.
Yeah, and those are kind of your next three after this, and you can't be looking forward to that if you're the Chiefs. Like, we talk about trap games all the time, right?
They don't exist, Bob.
I know they don't exist. I don't think they exist with a team like the Chiefs right now.
Fair.
Like, I think their trap game was Jacksonville, and I think we saw what happened when you have kind of one of those trap games and you're looking forward to the next game on your schedule, because the next game after Jacksonville was who? Detroit, right? That was the big game on your schedule. What's the next big game on your schedule? You got Buffalo next week, right? And we all just saw Buffalo beat Carolina 40-3 or whatever the hell the score was, in that game. And the first thing I see about Buffalo is from their website guy saying, well, the win wasn't as good as it, looks on paper and all that kind of stuff. There's still a lot of problems in Buffalo.
I'm glad that, yes, I thought the same thing while I watched that whole game, so I agree.
Okay, yeah,
yes.
so that was from Vic Carucci, who's covered the Buffalo Bills for 1,000 years and has been at NFL.com, and one of those guys that's been around. He says that I kind of like, okay, I'm going to take it a little bit seriously, right?
Two of their touchdowns like 50-plus runs by Dalvin
they
Cook?
were, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
They were.
They're huge runs. But to answer your question, Dusty, for me, it's always going to be defense. I've always been a defensive-first guy. I think offense is fun, but defense is where you ultimately, beat the hell out of somebody else, and you have the opportunity to do that. And I love when a defense goes out there and absolutely wrecks a game plan. It's fun. And, just kind of watching the games yesterday, because, look, it was raining and nobody else had anything to do and we weren't playing. So you had an opportunity to kind of see the league if you wanted to yesterday. It's becoming increasingly, I use the air quotes, easier to move the ball on offense now. These drives are basically all starting at the 35-yard line because people are kicking it into the end zone, and we still haven't figured out, the landing zone and how to properly do all this kind of stuff to give yourself an advantage. So most teams are on a 65-yard field now, and it's at such a disadvantage to the defense that when your defense does get a big-time stop, that's awesome, because now offensively you essentially need two decent plays to get into field goal range, and it's made it a lot easier, I think, for teams to score in the NFL. And that's why I see, the Chiefs, they give up 17, they give up 0, they give up, 20, they give up 9. I'm like, that's the impressive thing right now, when your defense can hold down some of these other offenses. And I think it's good that Marcus Mariota is the starting quarterback tonight and not a backup that we never heard of before. You bring that pitcher up from the minor leagues. What does that guy do? Twirls a 2-hit shutout against the Royals, right? You know who Marcus Mariota is. He's a quote-unquote brand name quarterback. He's not Pat White or somebody that you've never heard of before that's getting rolled out there, and he's got an opportunity with that name brand to make you play a little bit more. So I'm hoping the defense continues to do what they've done over the last 12, 14, 15 quarters or whatever, and that's just put their foot in the ground and say, you're not scoring on us today.
Yeah, I think you're right, Bob. You are logical. You are grounded in this take, but I'm going to be selfish and the young kid and say, yeah, give me the points. Give me
it's more exciting. No question it's more exciting.
It's more exciting. It's more fun, but you're right. Long term.
And we save more at high V when they score points, too. And that's the big thing. I mean, let's talk about that. 35 points is 35 cents a gallon times 20 gallons. You're talking $7 a tank. Let's go.
Let's go. Come on. But long term, absolutely, you're right. Like, defense still wins championships, as cliche as that is.
Yep.
What's going to matter is, yes, the Chiefs are going to be able to put up their touchdowns in the playoffs, but what's going to matter is Spags going to be able to drop the blitzes against the Josh Allens, the Daniel Jones, and Jonathan Taylors. Like, that's what's really going to matter. But tonight, give me Rice 100 yards, Kelsey 2 touchdowns. Give me that.
Yeah, you're looking for that kind of thing. Yeah, the offense is sexy. I mean, it really
they
is.
are.
But the defense gets the job done, right? It's like you know that when they come up with a big play on third down and teams are leaving the field sometimes now on third downs, it's pretty much been a 4-down league. Again, another reason why the defense is so sexy. Everybody's going for it on fourth down once you get past midfield now. So it's not a 3-and-out anymore. It's now 4-and-outs that you're having to go out there and shut down. And I think the Chiefs, man, you continue to stop 4-and-outs and have 4-and-outs and 4-and-outs, you're gonna win a lot of football games doing it that way.
I think tonight I want to watch this team offensively thrive. And I don't think that's like a selfish reason because I want to see points, but we've only seen one game, literally 40% of the snaps of Rashee Rice playing. I would love to see that gel more.
Yeah.
I want to see what this team looks like with adversity still on the offensive line because I do not believe that this entire offensive line will stay healthy for the entire year. Trey Smith, doubtful tonight with the back injury. Josh Simmons still out, but we got some news on that. I believe after the bye is when we can expect him to come back to this team.
Couple weeks, they said, which kind of lines up for after the bye, but who knows?
Or maybe he just completely wins the fan base completely over and goes full over WWE and goes, I'll be there in Buffalo. And you're
Right.
like, okay. Yeah. Dear Lord. But I want to see this offense kind of have a little bit of a hiccup in adversity because Mitch had talked about their defensive line and how they'll stunt and move around and try to make things confusing. And I think we'll have Caliendo at right guard tonight. I think you'll have Juwan Taylor at, or not Juwan Taylor, he'll be right tackle, but I think you'll have Jalen Moore at left tackle tonight again. And again, we'll see like how this team can hold up because this is a game that I think you should win. You probably will win, but we only got to see Rashee Rice for 40% of the snaps that the offense played. Now, again,
looked like a lot more than that. You're stunning me with that number, quite honestly.
And still had what was it, like 10 targets?
10 targets,
10 targets,
7 or 8 catches, 2 touchdowns.
How many catches?
7 or 8.
Oh,
6, 7.
He did say 6, 7. That's done, by the way. We're out of that.
Okay.
And adults are dressing like that for Halloween. We're done.
Yeah. So I would love to see because that's the one thing that I think if you pull back the lens a little bit, there's one thing I trust probably more than anything else on this team, and that is Spags being ready on defense. Like I trust that because it's there. Like there's not really a lot of injury there. The players that he wants, the players that he needs. Now I know that Lott's been ruled out for the season, obviously, but he was a rookie. But Jones, McDuffie, Bolton, Chanel, Tranquil, all those guys are still there. Can he make this quarterback look lost? Now let me see the offense kind of get into a rhythm because if they go out there tonight and they win this game, let's say 36-14, and all of a sudden tomorrow morning, everyone's going to say, yeah, the Chiefs are 5-3 and they're, tied for second in their own division, but that offense is clicking. It's clearly there 2 weeks in a row. Yeah, they play the Raiders. Yeah, they play the Washington, but look, they're ready for Buffalo, and can Buffalo's defense stop this offense? Because we know and we believe that Spags will always find a way to find your person and take them out of the game, whether that hurts you or not. Super Bowl took out Saquon Barkley.
Right.
Jalen Hurts stepped up in a big way, but you're going to play James Cook, not James Cook, Dalvin Cook's brother.
James Cook.
James Cook.
Yeah. James Cook's going to be the running back you play next.
Yep.
Then you're going to play this
yesterday.
You're going to play this Harvey kid who looked really good.
He looked good. He had 3 touchdowns
again,
yesterday.
That was Dallas's defense.
Boy, Dallas's defense, they could use an edge rusher.
Right. Or a secondary member because they were without like 3 to almost 4 yesterday. And then you're going to get big bad Jonathan Taylor.
Yep.
So I want to see this defensive line also kind of, but I know it'll probably be ready for that. But my most important thing that I want to watch tonight is how this offense looks again with everybody back with 5-4-1 out there doing their thing and Patrick Mahomes being a kid in a candy store going, oh, Travis Kelce's my 4th option now. So
I guess maybe I'm arrogant by saying this, but I just know the offense is going to be there. Like I'm back to, and I hate to say this because I know it's going to piss a lot of people off that, maybe listening that aren't Chiefs fans. I'm back to where we were in like 2020, 2021, where this offense is just going to go out there and they're good for 28 points. Like you are, and I used to say this back in the day when this team was turning and burning, you're down 28-0 before you step on the field to the Chiefs because you got to imagine they're going to score 28 points, right? Can you score 29? Can you score 30? Do you have faith in whoever's next on the schedule after tonight or the next night or the next night that they're going to be able to score a minimum of 29 points because you're already down 28-0. And if you don't think that's the real deal, then you're mistaken, because this team will score 4 touchdowns a game. So how do these other teams combat being down 28-0 essentially to start the game? Do you have faith that Washington can score 29 or more? Do you have faith that Buffalo can score 29 or more? Denver can score 29 or more, whoever the case may be, right? Do you have that kind of faith? So essentially, you're asking the opponent to go out there and say, at a bare minimum, we need to score 4 touchdowns and get a field goal to have an opportunity. That's 5 possessions that we have to score on. We get about 9 a game. Start doing the math, right? That's how the Chiefs have this advantage, because their offense now is so good that you're basically putting people in a 28-0 hole to start the game and saying, you're going to have to score 30 if you want to beat us. And that's very rare to do against this defense right now.
I also want to see how they do on 4th downs. Because this is a team I think that you can
offensively
take
or defensively?
Offensively. Like if it's 4th and 3 from the 44, like, yeah, you can kick the field goal, but like you're probably going to go for it a lot on 4th down against Buffalo, Indianapolis, and Denver.
Yes, you are.
And can you run those plays that are crisp and bread and butterish type of plays against the Washington Commanders, who are a less superior team than you? And I think you could polish that up as well when it comes to the offensive side of things. But Mac, your name's first on overreactions, and I'm so glad you listened to your boy when he was plus 1,200 for MVP.
Plus 1,200, and I haven't checked it since Friday, but my God, I
I'll
bet
take
it's...
it for you.
Is it minus money now?
It might be. Victor Wembanyama right now, 21 years old. He's averaging 33 points a game, 13 rebounds, 1.7 steals, 6 blocks a game.
He's averaging 6. How many games in the season are we? 3.
3. Yeah, he's had...
so what, though?
He's had a 4-block game, a 6-block game, and like a 9-block game.
I'm more impressed by the blocks than I am the points, the rebounds, or anything like that. You know how hard it is to block a shot in the NBA, and he's getting 9, and he's averaging 6 a game? That's nuts.
He blocked Zion Williamson the other night 7 times. What was it?
Do you want to know what it is? Yeah. Okay, so SGA is plus 200 to win MVP. Second is Wembanyama at plus 275.
275, and it's going to keep dropping. What we are watching, we are not giving it enough credit. We are not excited enough about this.
Are the Spurs good enough to get him the MVP?
They may not have to be. He could just be good enough.
Yeah, he's the best player in the league right now. Yeah. They're going to make the playoffs, I think. They're a really good team. Dylan Harper, Ron's son.
Yeah.
I forgot what the exact stat was, but first rookie to have like 25-5 and 0 turnovers. Really good-looking point guard right now. Victor Wembanyama just became the first player this century with 100-plus points and 18-plus blocks in a 3-game span. He's clearly been the best player in the NBA so far this season. It is like, honestly, it's like watching something I've never seen before. It's like watching an alien. It's a video game. This is not a human being. I mean, he's stronger. He's better. He knows his body. I just can't wait to keep watching this guy get better. He's 21.
Yeah.
Can he bring it back? Can he bring it back? Because they're going through some tough times, that NBA right now.
They really are, man.
And boy, it's going to be fun to watch the Olympics in a couple years when he's playing for Team Francais.
Oh, yeah. Who's going to guard him for the Americans?
I have no idea.
Cooper?
We don't have anyone right now.
Because what you would say, the 4 best players in the NBA are non-Americans? SGA, Jokic, Wembanyama, Luka?
Luka. Yep. 100%.
Boy, have the tables have turned.
Yeah, they really have. I mean, that's why you see the NBA draft, and you're like, I don't know any of these folks. And I was reading something the other day that was like, how can the NBA get better? And one of the things was like, embrace college basketball more, man. Like, because...
Hell yeah.
But you know what? The American public hasn't embraced college basketball at all.
And every athlete you just named did not play college basketball.
Exactly. And they're going out there and they're dominating in the NBA. Why would I want to embrace college basketball more when the best players, the future players, best future players of this league are not playing college basketball at this point in time. They're playing overseas.
And you could say that, the 5th best player is still not American. You could say it's Giannis.
Yeah, Giannis. Yeah. I think the best Jason Tatum, he's not playing. That would probably be the best.
Current players.
Current players.
Yeah. But Jason Tatum isn't considered a current player at this point in time.
the American flag.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Yep. Steph Curry, I don't know who it would be.
Yeah, I mean, it's Steph 10 years ago, LeBron 10 years ago,
all the Americans.
All the Americans are kind of moving out, man.
Mm-hmm. Ant, I don't know if he's up there.
Ant, yep, for sure. He would be up there. He's one of the hopefuls.
Yeah. But he's on the tail end of his career.
37,
I mean, like his days are done.
So before you get into your overreaction, audio for why you were about to go off.
What was going through your mind during the tush push where it looked like you forced a fumble?
Man, I don't know. That's man. Honestly, when it comes to that play and what happened, I feel like the refs, they got a kind of a hard job because they don't know when to stop it. And I think it's tough on defense, obviously, because it's like you stop the first surge, the ref don't blow the whistle. you get the ball out and you take it, and all of a sudden it's, whatever you said, forward progress. So at the end of the day, you just got to keep playing, man. Try to keep giving it your best and live with the results.
What was their explanation to you, at least? Did you ask him?
He said they called the forward progress before he reached the ball out. So sounds like some bullshit to me, but
You didn't hear a whistle, right?
that's the hard part about the tush push. Yeah, sorry. I mean, that was a great call by the ref.
You're still getting fined, Tibbs. Still getting those kitty on tibio there for the New York Giants defensive lineman.
Yeah, that's good. The tush push now, can we officially bag it? Now it didn't happen against the Chiefs. It happened against the bad Giants team. They couldn't officiate the thing yesterday. It was brutal yesterday.
Going nuts, dude.
What's that?
The broadcast was going nuts.
I mean, Tom Brady criticizing the officials. I mean, he's out there criticizing them. Blandino's ripping them. The halftime show on Fox was destroying the officials yesterday. It was a bad day in Philadelphia. They got a lot of calls wrong yesterday. They called it offensive pass interference on the Giants. Meanwhile, his shirt's getting pulled by the Eagles. Like, people say this league is rigged for the Kansas City Chiefs when it comes to the officials. Yesterday's game, days after these gambling allegations, watching the referees in that Philadelphia-New York game. See, this is what I was talking about, Mac. This is the subconscious coming out now. Anytime we see a bad call, anytime we see a bad day from a player, we're immediately going to think these folks are on the take. A terrible game yesterday for those officials, and I'm sure they will be reprimanded for it, for the way that they performed yesterday, because they were as bad as the Giants were yesterday in that game. Awful calls across the board. But after this, we've got to get rid of this tush push. Again, it's not because people can't stop it. It's because we don't know how to officiate this play. And that was a clear fumble yesterday by Jalen Hurts. Giants should have had the ball. Maybe that changes the outcome of that game. They're just wildly blowing whistles, guessing where it is, missing false starts. This play has now become a detriment to the game, and it's affecting outcomes of the game. And it's technically, by the letter of the law, an illegal play because everybody's jumping, and then we're getting turnovers, and they're not even counting it on the tush push. That play is a nuisance to the National Football League and needs to go.
Speaking of needing to go, my overreaction, if I can do this in 30 seconds, pretty much my life. Zach Taylor should be fired before we get off the air today at 10 o'clock.
I don't think that's an overreaction.
That's a top 3 loss in your franchise's history. You decided to right the ship with Jake Browning for a couple weeks where you could have went and got Flacco, I think, very easily because you did it very easily.
Yeah.
You lost that game completely. I know your defense is bad, but you had a 16-point lead with fourth quarter to go, and you lost that game to Justin Fields and the Jets. Yes, riding on a lot of hope, faith, and vulnerability, but they still beat you. You blew that game. You might have just blown your season away. You were supposed to hold par until you can get Joe Burrow back. You decided to take Jake Browning with you for a couple of games. You decided to hold that down together. You got to go. That's a tough, terrible, brutal loss in your franchise's history. And it was at home in front of the entire crowd who was ready to absolutely boo you out of Cincinnati yesterday. So Zach Taylor should be fired before 10 a.m. today.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree with that.
Get him away from Joe Burrow.
I mean, you lost to the Jets. That's all you need to say, right? I mean, Brian Kelly got fired yesterday, right? College coaches are getting fired like it's nobody's business.
Can't tee it up any better than that. We'll discuss on the other side here. 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
Good morning, Kansas City. This is Creed Humphrey, and you're listening to Fesco and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
This is James Hawkins, president of Golden Oak Lending. I am excited to announce our new low rate of 4.5%. That's right, 4.5%. Your home's equity is higher than ever. Use your equity to pay off high-interest credit cards, pay off student loans, or just lower your monthly payment, and skip 2 months of mortgage payments. Our cash-out customers save an average of more than $1,000 a month. You could be saving that too. Imagine what you could do with an extra $1,000 every month. And don't forget, if your loan doesn't close, we'll pay for your appraisal. We make the process fast and easy, often getting your cash in as little as 14 days. Take advantage now of our 4.5% rate before it's too late. Call 913-890-GOLD today. That's 913-890-GOLD.
Golden Oak Lending, cured my blues.
5.442 APR, FHA 15-year, 20% equity, qualified credit, additional terms apply. NMLS 114937.
Hi, I'm Dallas, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. You know she loves her Shane Company engagement ring, but you also want to surprise her for her birthday, anniversary, or just because she deserves it. Why not get her a bigger diamond with our easy trade-up program? We'll give you the full credit of your original natural diamond purchase toward a new one. Her new diamond only has to be $1 more. You only pay the difference. How's that for an easy trade-up? Visit us in-store or at shaneco.com. Because a friend wants you to win the gifting game. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
This is Danon Hughes. In Kansas City football, we honor tradition, but we always look forward to what's next. That's why I'm all in for Flight by Yingling. It's brewed by the oldest brewery in America, but built for today. 2.6 carbs, 95 calories, crisp, clean, and full of flavor, just the way a light beer should be. It's got the legacy and the stats to back it up. Flight by Yingling, the next generation of light beer and the official beer of Danon Hughes. BG Yingling and Son, Pottsville, Pennsylvania.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro. On them, it's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
The 24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier or cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
1 in 8 women will face breast cancer. Only research will move us closer to a cure, faster. At the Breast Cancer Research Foundation, our mission is simple: to prevent and cure breast cancer by fueling the world's most promising research. As the world's largest private funder of breast cancer research, we are advancing the breakthroughs that save lives, unlocking the treatments that change futures, giving those diagnosed more time to not just survive, but thrive. BCRF has helped drive a 44% drop in breast cancer deaths over the last 30 years, but there is still critical work to do. 1 in 8 is more than a statistic. Each one is a mother, a daughter, a sister, a friend, and we can change their future together. This is the moment. This is the mission. Join us until 1 in 8 is none in 8.
Hi, this is Toby Tobin along with Jason Goodenkoff from Lewisburg Ford in Lewisburg, Kansas. Hi, Jason.
Hello, Toby.
Let's talk about the buying experience at Lewisburg Ford.
It's the best anywhere. Just ask all our customers, Toby. It is hands down the best experience you can have buying a new car. We have the no-hassle Toby Tobin price that we've had for over 45 years now. Nobody else can say that. We've been saving Kansas City thousands and thousands of dollars for a lot of years.
I have been buying Ford cars and trucks from Lewisburg Ford for over 30 years, and I know personally this is the best place to buy a Ford car or truck. Great prices, but there's a whole lot more than that.
It doesn't just stop at price, Toby.
No.
There's other factors to this equation, and it's trade-in allowance, financing, and the experience of how knowledgeable the people are that you're dealing with. And we surpass everybody in all those areas. We always have. We always will. That's why calling us is important.
Do you have that new pickup?
Absolutely. And it's dynamite.
Okay. Lewisburg Ford is your best place to buy a Ford car or truck. What's your toll-free number?
816-444-2300.
Lewisburg Ford or lewisburgford.com.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by Jay's Southland Tow Service. Missouri side, westbound Blue Parkway quite heavy as you make your way towards Noland. Construction there keeping things heavy for over a mile now. Having unexpected car trouble or just in a car accident, call Jay's Southland Tow Service 816-779-4869 or southlandtow.com. Use the tow service trusted by most local police departments. They can do it all, so be in the know and call Jay's Southland Tow. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Back in on a Monday. Chiefs play tonight. Gets those Washington Commanders. Have fun going out there. Always got to love a good Monday night football game.
Hopefully this game can save the league a little bit from what we saw yesterday, because as Mac, you mentioned during the break, there were not a lot of games that were in doubt at all yesterday, other than that, obviously, the Jets and Bengals game yesterday, the late slate of games yesterday, that was blowout city, guys. And then the nighttime game, I went to bed at halftime of that one, but that ended up being, a 10-point win. I think it's really cool that Pittsburgh lost that game last night for obvious reasons, the AFC type thing. But now when Aaron Rodgers retires in Green Bay, he says, well, if you can't beat him, join him. And so it's the only team that he can't beat and has never beaten in the NFL. So now he can retire as a Packer, and that better be the opening line of his press conference.
He would have been the 5th quarterback to have beaten every team in the NFL.
That's nuts, right?
Crazy. Brady, Manning, Rodgers would have been the 5th. Okay, so let's see if we can name the 4. Brady, Manning, got to be Drew Brees.
Flacco's probably on that list. You have to think of these guys that played
Montana.
But less teams, so are we counting Joe Montana, right? Because there were not 32 teams when Joe Montana was playing. So
because Breeze had to have done it.
I would think he was
probably
probably on that
San
list.
Diego,
What about Favre maybe on that list?
Phillip Rivers.
Phillip Rivers, that's what I was going to say. What about, did he ever beat the Chargers, though?
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to think about it. But
go ahead.
I'm just saying he played enough years without.
You're
them that
100%
think-
right. Yeah, I was going to say Phillip Rivers, and that was the next name that I had, because there's not many that you could look at that had the ability to play everybody, first of all, and then have the ability to beat everybody, and probably play everybody, I don't know, a couple of times, because, if you play them once and you don't beat them, you play them again, you get that opportunity, obviously. But,
it's not Rivers.
It's not Rivers, no. Who is it?
Brady, Manning, Favre, Breeze.
There it is.
That's it, huh? Brady, Manning, Favre, and Breeze.
Yep. Pretty good list.
Yeah.
Not a
That's a
bad
list I don't want to see Mahomes on.
Yeah.
But probably. You had that stat, though, during the break. That's pretty insane this week.
Yeah, no games were decided by single digits yesterday besides Jets-Bengals, which is so if Chiefs win by 10 or more points today, it'll be the first week since 1970 that only one NFL game was decided by single digits.
Isn't that nuts?
So come on, Chiefs, don't break this streak. Let's go.
And in a league that touts parity, ladies and gentlemen, no close games.
And according to this weekend, no streaks were broken because K-State won and the light bulb went off in Kansas.
Yeah, it is. Lance Lightbulb may be under a little under a light bulb right now, right?
How long were you in the garage when that name kicked in? Or were you jet lagged from Denver from your hour and 7-minute flight?
That's what it was. It was a long day. We took 2 flights in one day and came back, and I'm sitting there, on the plane, just kind of thinking and looking at that game. Twice now, the Jayhawks in 2 weeks have lost 42-17 in back-to-back weeks. Right?
Ouch.
What'd you say? That's 84-34 or something like that. 84-34. They've been outscored, and that was a K-State team that was coming in wounded. Like, if you weren't going to beat K-State then, when were you going to beat K-State? And I saw a tweet about this the other day, and I don't want to believe this, but it's a really, really, really good tweet, because now in the day of NIL, as we just saw in Louisiana, guys, when you fake an accent and don't win games, you're gone. People are not waiting around anymore. And somebody responded to a tweet that I had about KU and said, unfortunately, there's nothing they can do. There isn't a coach better than LL coming to KU. Reality is KU is just not a good job or program. And I saw that. I'm like, I don't want to believe that, right? I don't want to believe that this is where they are and they may not be able to get over that hump. But this is where we are, and they may not be able to get over that hump right now. And I think, and I'm not calling for this gentleman to be fired over there, at KU or anything like that, but it does speed up the clock with the NIL and watching everything that's going on. There's a lot of money now that's being invested into these college football programs legally, and if you're not going to win, why are people going to continue to pour money into these programs? Eventually, it's going, I would think, to run out unless you get some sort of ancillary ways to generate revenue. If the team continues to lose, the donors are going to close their purses up and not write checks anymore, and then all of a sudden that NIL money's not going to be there right now. So I think the game has changed. You have got to win almost immediately now in college sports if you want to keep your job. And so they got trounced by K-State. I mean, it was 21-3 or whatever it was before we got the rental car on Sunday or Saturday.
Yeah, they get blown out in the second half, that's for sure.
Man.
I think it was, 21-14 at halftime, I think.
It was. It was close at halftime, but this is the second time now in 2 weeks.
And then you scored 3 points in the rest of the half at home.
Yep.
Got absolutely blasted. And Gold was right. Rob Collins was wrong. The over hit in that game.
Yeah.
56.5, 42-17.
There we go.
59.
Yep.
So, yeah, that's tough. It's also a tough situation for K-State. Like, sometimes wins can't always be great.
Right.
'Cause now what do you do with Kleiman? Are you like, this is our guy, I guess? I mean, we beat Kansas. All right, cool. But, like, from what we have been told from Mackenzie Nelson, who's a K-State grad, and from people that are around the school that have talked about this, like, they kind of don't want to see one of theirs go somewhere else and be fruitful. Right? Like, you'd be like, man, we could have Colin Klein. Could have been the next young, hip coach. Because I can tell you this much. If he goes to Oklahoma State and he's successful, he'll never go back to Kansas State. He'll go beyond.
Right.
And you're going to be like, all right, but, like, is Kleiman going to do this again? So kind of a 50-50, 6 in one hand, half a dozen the other sort of situation for K-State where you're like, all right, maybe because, like, if you have that sort of energy against every team like you had towards Kansas, maybe you're not in this situation, right? Maybe you're not, looking down the back end of the Big 12 that you could be competitive in. I mean, obviously, Texas Tech would have been a tough hill to climb, but again, they looked great against Kansas, and everybody I think in Manhattan was probably going, where was this all year?
Yeah.
Where's been this sort of energy? And it's like you go to Deion Branch. Hey, if you had that energy at the end of the game where you want to fire everybody and you did it in the middle of the game, maybe you'd had a better outcome. Ohio State last year, if you'd had that during Michigan, maybe you'd had it. And then what happened? You won the whole thing.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
I don't know. I mean, I want to say that Manhattan's probably okay with Kleinman. I would guess. I don't know, though. I don't know the vibe. Text line 913-586-7965. This is your home for the Wildcats, and I wonder how you are feeling in Manhattan today after that. Because that's a huge. That's box number one. You check.
Right.
If you're, I believe. Obviously, Big 12 win the Big 12. But also beat Kansas. You've done it now 17 years in a row.
Right. I mean, that's a long time, man. My kids haven't even been alive long enough to see Kansas last time they beat Kansas State. I will say this.
Mac was 10.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the last time Kansas beat Kansas State, you were in elementary school running around Leewood Elementary, right? Miss Robinson chasing you around. Maybe there's a nice teacher there for Alex because we heard that Dana tried to block that the other day.
Hello, America.
Are we talking about that on the show this morning, Mac? Are we talking about how Dana tried to, block Alex from getting a date? Oh, yeah. Oh, did she?
Dana Wright did?
Oh, yeah.
What the hell?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Big to-dos. Big to-dos.
What did she do? Go up and talk to the lady like she was Brian Kelly?
It's a great night to be a Tiger. I'm here with my family, and we are so excited to be in the great state of Louisiana.
The decision that came about after spending time with my family.
I'm here with my family.
Time with my family.
My family.
Spending time with my family.
My family.
I mean, that was going around yesterday, and I couldn't watch it. Yeah, you know how it is. Like, you watch stuff, and it's cringe, and you're just like, I can't look at that or anything like that. Like Scadaboo's ankle yesterday that they, wanted to show everybody 27 times on social media. But like that, I couldn't watch that thing yesterday. I will say this about K-State. If you had your mind made up that you were moving on from Kleiman, a win against Kansas doesn't change that. You've won 17 straight of these things, right? That guy, Ron Rivera, or Franklin, or whoever was that coach for a hot minute, Kansas State, I think beat Kansas as well, and they still fight Ron Franklin. What was that guy's name? Ron Francis? Was that the K-State coach? Ron Francis? Was that the guy's name?
No.
I think it
Ron Prince.
Ron Prince. That's what it was. Ron Prince. I think he even beat Kansas, right? So you have to move on. Like, if you had your mind made up, you've got to continue. You've got to be convicted to that you were going to make a change. You can't let a win against Kansas blind you. Otherwise, you get Romeo Crennel for a year.
It's probably cases on both sides. You could make if you're making the case for Kleiman, you're like, okay, well, he's had success here, and you look at the loss. It's like, okay, close loss in Ireland by 3 to Iowa State, close loss to Army, close loss to Air. Like, all these are one possession, 1 point loss to Baylor. Here's the deal: they play Texas Tech next week. If they get rocked, then it maybe should be done.
Yeah.
They need to stand up and at least look competent against the best team in the Big 12. Because if you can't do that, then what's the future?
Yeah. Right. Brian Kelly's going to get $54 million now to not coach. The total, guys, it's up to
worth it.
It is worth it for them.
After what he did to his quarterback this last week, he can get bent.
He sucks. He really
his
does.
Quarterback said, "Don't look back at me. You're uncoachable."
Yeah, I mean,
get bent.
Get the hell out of here. You know, you don't have to worry about coaching Pal because I mean, and then all the stuff that went on at Notre Dame with him. So they've now spent college football $169 million to pay coaches to not coach. Do you realize that only 14 MLB rosters made more money than that this past year?
Yeah. I mean, when you have a surplus of money and you can use it, why not?
I mean, that's why I don't understand these people who write checks to the university. It is the biggest waste of money that anybody has ever spent. You're paying $54 million for a coach to go away. That's just him. You got assistants to pay to go away, and then you have to hire new people. You're talking probably about a $75 million bill right now because you're changing that entire coaching staff. People that give money to the college athletics, you're wasting your cash, man. There's no bigger waste of money on planet Earth than writing checks to college athletic departments because all they're using that money for is to send people away. $54 million? Who can feel good about writing a check to LSU to see them spend $54 million to send in one guy out the door?
Oh, I bet there's a lot of people happy out there in LSU today.
Oh, for sure. They just got done paying Ed Ogeron.
I know. I don't understand this pork barrel spending that we have in college athletics. It is such a waste of money. There's so many more deserving things and people that can use that cash.
Dog shelters.
A guy like Brian Kelly out there getting $54 million for being a douchebag.
Speaking of him being a D-bag, one of Brian Kelly's first moves at LSU was firing Tommy Moffitt, the legendary strength coach who was part of all 3 LSU titles this century. Tommy Moffitt is now the strength coach at Texas A&M.
Let's go.
This was the second year in a row A&M has absolutely bullied LSU.
Yep.
And that comes from Aaron Torres on X.
That's awesome.
So, yeah, stick that in your pipe and smoke it, family. You can't play scared. Mitch Holt has said it's spooky season, but hey, I want to tell you, you can't play scared. We dive into it next as it's a Chiefs game day here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for the Kansas City Chiefs.
Good morning, Kansas City. This is Chris Jones, and you're listening to Fesco and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, is coming to Missouri. On December 1st, you'll finally be able to bet on all your favorite teams and all your favorite sports. With FanDuel, there's a ton of ways for you to get in on the action. You can bet everything from the money line to over-unders to which team will win it all. You'll be able to build parlays, bet player props, or even ride the live line. Whatever your style, FanDuel has you covered. Plus, with live betting, you can pick which player will score the next touchdown or the touchdown after that. However you play your game, FanDuel's got your back. On December 1st, you'll be able to see for yourself why FanDuel is America's #1 sportsbook. With FanDuel, there's a ton of ways for you to get in on the action. FanDuel, play your game. FanDuel Sportsbook is an official sports betting partner of the NFL and 96.5 The Fan. 21 and present in Missouri. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Numerous brands to choose from, endless options, one incredible experience. At Aristocrat Motors, we treat every driver like royalty and offer the finest luxury vehicle experience in Kansas City. Come see us today and let us roll out the red carpet for you.
Airman here for Midwest Heating. Now, we like to approach life in a lighthearted manner, but with the projected rise in natural gas prices, this winter's heating bills may be no joking matter. Many old furnaces have efficiency ratings as low as 60%, which means you're literally burning money. So think about this. Midwest Heating has a variety of high-efficiency Lennox systems that can heat your home, drastically improve your air quality, and boost that efficiency as high as 99%. Saving that kind of money each month will be a nice help for the other bills in your life. Even better, Midwest offers up to $1,800 in rebates on qualifying Lennox home comfort systems and up to 60-month 0% financing with approved credit. Dial 943-8787 or go to MidwestHeating.com for complete details. Now, for 7 decades, it's the same story. Trust your air to the best. Midwest. Midwest Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing.
Arvest Bank believes in the power of serving others. That's why we're committed to supporting those who serve our communities. We believe that all communities deserve a financial partner who cares. Arvest. We believe.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Hey, it's almost Andy Reid. Renner Garage Door has proudly served our community for decades. The best styles, technology, and family values. That's Renner. Get your free repair or replacement quote today. Forward and back.
RENNER, RENNER.
Chiefs coverage sponsored by Renner Garage Door. RENNER, forward and back. Brought to you by Gomer's. 5 locations in the KC Metro or online at gomers.com.
Want to know something scary good? Gomer's is scary good. They've been voted the #1 KC liquor shop since the beginning of voting for KC liquor stores. Really, Gomer's Fine Wines and Liquors. 5 locations and family owned since 1969.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Northland 35 southbound, slows approaching Vivian with an accident around Brighton. It looks to be off to the shoulder, though. On the Kansas side, 35 northbound, briefly slow at Cambridge Circle with a wreck reporting. Alan Carr, 96 pound, the fan, traffic.
This is your home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan, KFNC FM and AM HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, an Odyssey Sports Station.
Don't forget it's Monday, and Monday's football coverage is presented by Busey Bank, where they're focused on your success at Busey Bank. They've been building businesses and growing wealth since 1868. Learn more at BuseyBank.com.
I'm looking at ESPN this morning, and they've got 5 possible replacements now for Brian Kelly at the University of Louisiana State University, or whatever we call LSU. One of the guys on the list, Eli Drinkwitz, one of the 5 guys that they have as... Now, again, this is just somebody's opinion and all that kind of stuff, but they have him, some guy from Georgia Tech, Notre Dame, Marcus Freeman. You're going to go to Notre Dame well again and try to steal their coach. Tulane's head coach, and then Lane Kiffin as 5 candidates for that LSU job on ESPN.com. But, Drink's name keeps coming up, obviously. Maybe he's hit a plateau here in Missouri, and it's time for him to try something bigger. Who knows, But, if you're LSU, you got to shoot, I think, bigger than the Missouri. And that's no offense to Elijah Drinkwitz, but I'm talking about, you got to shoot bigger if you're LSU. You got to go after those Nick Saban-type coaches, and that's what you've done. Or maybe you just go back to Ed Orgeron and give him an opportunity to turn this thing right, because he wants to coach again.
If your last name was Fence and you had a boy, would you name him Noah?
Yeah.
I just think that'd be kind of a cool name. No offense. What? What do you... I had a kid I went to school with. His name was Justin Bino, and we always thought his name should be Al.
Albino, yeah.
Made me sick.
Yeah,
He's like, that's really messed up, man, but it's kind of funny. I'm like, love you, Justin.
I do that a lot with last names. I'll look at it if that was my kid, I'd name him I don't know. I'd have to think about it now. Yeah, Jordan Love. If my last name was Love, I'd probably name my kid Moore.
Nice.
That's awesome. Yeah. So Brian Kelly, gone out of LSU. We should have known that after he did the fake accent, and then he doubled down and did that, what was trendy at the time, the little swivel photo, and he was, hey.
Don't try to be somebody you're not.
That guy transferred.
That guy was gone fast. Yeah, but that's the thing. With Brian Kelly, he's a good example for everybody out there. Be you, man. We hear it all the time in sports. Be you. Don't try to do something you're not capable of doing. Don't try to get outside yourself. If you are you, then everything is going to go fine. Be the best version of you. And the minute Brian Kelly had an opportunity to introduce himself to LSU, he faked it. And he was a dead man walking from that moment on. The governor got involved in that thing yesterday. I mean, that's how big it is down there. $59 million or $54 million of state money they got to scratch this guy. The governor had to get involved.
Yeah, I don't believe some of these texts. Come on. Woodshop teacher named Richard Sack.
No, you didn't. No, come on. We've done this for years. You didn't have a teacher named that. You did not have
Richard Sack.
Yeah, you didn't. No, you did not have anybody named that at all in your school. You didn't have a teacher with that name or anything of that nature.
The last thing they said is woodshop teacher named Richard Sack. Period. Can't make this up.
Right? Yes, you can.
You
actually can.
Do you believe that, or do you believe Brian Kelly's accent more?
The Richard Sack thing. Yeah, absolutely. Because Brian Kelly's from New Hampshire. They don't have Southern accents up there, Brian.
Mitch Holtis had told us, odd things happening. It's Halloween. Spooky stuff can happen if you aren't focused, right? Stay focused, man.
Right.
Because as a Kansas City Chiefs team, and you'd mentioned this because I told you trap games don't exist. I really don't believe in that. In fact, you can pool all of them together, right? You can say trap game, look ahead game, whatever else you want to fit that narrative, but you can't play scared, okay? Your record still indicates that.
Right.
You're 4-3. That's what it is. Continue to get over 500. Get to 5-3. Tie the Chargers, even though they have the tiebreaker above you. But common opponents, if you can beat them again, and try to stay pace with Denver, because that's who's ahead of you in your division.
Right.
So your record doesn't allow you to play scared. Your record allows you to play focused.
Look, the Chiefs have to play focused.
Right.
If they go into this as a look-ahead game, as you mentioned, you're 4-3. You're not 8-0 at this point in time.
And this is why I say, it's okay to still be humble, because I was listening last night at halftime of this game, and they were talking about what teams impressed, right? They were talking about the Colts. You can see the Colts haven't played anybody, but they're beating everybody. Their point differential is off the charts. I mean, it's insane when you look at it. So they're good. The Packers are good. The Bills went big yesterday, but it's kind of a mirage of what the score indicated of how they play. But either way, they won a game against a team who was 4-3.
Right.
The Panthers are also not really a true 500 team, in my opinion. But again, we know what next week is. Hell, everybody in the entire country knows what next week is. Once they get this game over with tonight, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, everybody from Good Morning Football to ESPN to FS1 to FS2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, Knicks and 5, we'll be talking about Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, Buffalo Bills, Kansas City Chiefs. Last time it ever gets played in this stadium. This game will decide, probably, maybe, could be, who will be the number one seed, unless the Colts have something to say about it throughout the season. We know what next week is. But again, I don't think they're looking ahead of that. They want to get into this game, gel on offense, gel on defense. You keep beating up these teams that are continually coming into your stadium, or you're going into their stadium, and they're a little bit more banged up than you are. You paid your price. Your star wide receiver was an idiot and got suspended. You suffered the 6 games without him. Now you're moving into the middle part of the season. So you've gone through that. It's not your fault those teams are hurt, so you can't play this, well, it's Marcus Mariota, sucks, but should have been Jaden Daniels. Can't have that mentality. Continue to go into this game and keep putting yourself distant on the scoreboard. Not necessarily in the standings, because you can't do that because of where you are. But you can't lose or win a season in Week 8, like I've said before, but you can gain a lot of ground. Because one thing that we are seeing with this Kansas City Chiefs team, who, if they do win tonight, will be 5-3, I believe.
Yep.
And everyone will still say, because you look at how much ground they have made by winning back-to-back games against Detroit and Vegas. They don't really move the needle, maybe other than the Detroit game, but you look at how much ground you've gained. Not winning the season, not losing the season, but you have the MVP favorite. You're the number 1 seed favorite in the AFC. You're the AFC West favorite in the AFC. You're the Super Bowl champion favorite in the entire NFL. And you're a 4-3 team. So again, you haven't lost, you haven't won, but you have gained a lot of control by continuing to get better throughout the season. And when it kind of gives you that analogy of when you're friends, because you did have a hiccup. You had a pit stop in that Jacksonville game. You should have won that game. That's why you're in this situation.
That's why you're in this predicament, yeah.
And so we see that every year. It's happened before when they lose to the Colts and you don't understand it.
Right.
They lose to the Titans and get blown out. You don't understand it. This year, or Christmas, you lose to the Raiders.
Just happened a lot earlier this year than we're used to.
And this year, that game happened against Jacksonville. And the analogy that I give this whole situation is this, in fact, of when you go on a trip with friends, and one of your friends' group, they always drive straight through. And one of your other friends, they leave like really early in the morning, but they stop halfway through. But guess who gets there first? The people that drive straight through. And a lot of people say, oh, good for them. But they didn't have any stops. They didn't have any pit stops. They didn't have any, whatever. They just manned it up, went all the way through. Whereas these people on the other side, they stopped, they waited, they took their time, and they did it on their terms. The Chiefs aren't in that situation right now because of that loss in Jacksonville, because of that loss against Philly. Unfortunately, they have to keep going through overnight, but it's okay because nobody else is in their way.
Well, and also, too, they don't have the opportunity to pull over and take a break at this point in time because they did that at the beginning of the year, right? They have those 3 losses, and really the Jacksonville one is the one that stands out the most to everybody. That'll be the anomaly, on this season. But you're in a situation that I think is a fortunate situation now, right? We're not 8-0, we're not 7-0, beating everybody and all this kind of stuff and kind of get a false sense of hope. We know that this team has had to work to get where they are. And I think there's probably more of an appreciation now for the guys inside that locker room for what they've accomplished already this season than maybe there was last year. It's sitting at 7-0. You start to take things for granted. You start to think, I don't have to work that hard. We're finding ways to win games. You're finding out this year how tough it is to win those games in the NFL and how tough and how easy it is to allow a game to get away from you in the NFL, like we saw. Look at Cincinnati let a game get away from them yesterday. The Chiefs let that Jacksonville game get away from them. A 14-point lead is not a big lead anymore in the NFL. You've got to really put these opponents away. And so I think having those struggles early on in the season, and I hate to say this because it's so cliche, is going to make them stronger as this season goes along because they know what they went through, and they've already been down in the dumps, and they've already had to battle their ass off just to get back to 4-3, guys. Like, they've had to fight tooth and nail just to get back to 4-3, and now they're here. They're on the plus side of things. You don't want to go back because if you go back, then it's double the amount of work just to get back to even. It's like the analogy in baseball. You don't want to fall under 500 because it's so hard to get back to 500 that you're looking at the playoff standings. If you're not at 500, you got to worry about getting to 500 first. The Chiefs have crossed that threshold. You don't want to take that step backwards. You want to keep moving. You want to keep moving this thing forward. And I do believe that's why I said after Jacksonville, I don't think they're going to lose again because they got that mindset. They felt that crushing blow of being in control of something and have it taken away. And that's not a good feeling to have. And that's why I think the Chiefs are like, all right, we've licked our wounds. We've got everybody back healthy. We've taken our lumps. We're not going back to 3-4. We're not going back to under 500. We're moving this thing along. We're steamrolling everybody in our way. Let's go do this because we already had that bad taste, and that bad taste is gone, and we ain't getting that bad taste this year.
We'll be joined by Derek Johnson on the other side, and we'll ask if he wants to strap it up one time to get his revenge on Marcus Mariota tonight. Of course, because Pro Football Focus had to throw that dig. Derek Johnson on the other side, plus Mac Morney with one word on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
This is voice of the Wildcats, Wyatt Thompson, and you're listening to Fesco and Dusty on your home for K-State Athletics, 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, I will tell you what, it is a big night. We got Monday Night Football, and if you're in the state of Missouri right now, you can select entries and win money on Underdog because football season, we know, is in full swing, and Underdog is the best place to get in on all of the action. And especially tonight, I love Travis Kelce going over those yards. I love Travis Kelce higher than, a half a touchdown in this game. I think he's going to be pretty good. So get that Underdog app out and get on it because it is so easy to play on Underdog. Just choose whether your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like rushing yards, receptions, touchdowns, and more. And get your entries right. You could win up to 5,000 times your cash. So download the Underdog app now, sign up with promo code Bob, and score $100 in bonus funds or bonus entries when you play your first $5 with promo code Bob. Underdog, make plays, win money. Must be 18 and over and present in Missouri. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Today, we're joined by Dawn Sharp with the Sharp Homes team at Epic Realty, which serves home sellers in Kansas City and the surrounding areas. We will explore the local real estate market and gain Dawn's expert insights on what's currently happening in our area. It's great to have you here, Dawn. It seems like the real estate market is kind of like a roller coaster right now. One day it's up, one day it's down. What advice do you have for sellers and buyers for a market like this?
You're absolutely right. So the it's literally shifting daily, but really strategy is the key. For sellers, it's pricing appropriately is the most important thing. For buyers, the buyers are informed now. These buyers are not going to overpay, and they shouldn't have to wait on the sidelines. So one of the things people are concerned about is the interest rates. Inventory moves pretty quickly still, but honestly, my best advice would just to be make sure you're working with a pro who can time the market on your behalf instead of trying to guess about it.
Thanks, Dawn, for sharing your market expertise. To learn more about selling a home with the Sharp Homes team, you can contact Dawn and her team at homesforsaleandkc.com.
1 in 8 women will face breast cancer. But the Breast Cancer Research Foundation is changing that. With breakthroughs in prevention and treatment, we're not just saving lives, we're rewriting the future, giving those diagnosed more time to not just survive, but thrive. This is the moment. This is the mission. Support breast cancer research. Until 1 in 8 is none in 8.
Go. At Napa, we've spent the last 100 years building our business into an engine that powers yours. Whether you're big or small, national or local, Napa has the automotive solutions your business needs to stay moving. And it's all driven by a nationwide network of quality parts and exceptional service on one mission: to keep your business moving full speed ahead. That's why we are the pros that know.
More than a few of our patients have talked to me about their first time, but it's not the first time you're probably thinking about. It's the first time that erectile dysfunction ruined the moment. This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health, and if you're over 50, it's likely that you've had that first time yourself. But the good news is that if you're like most men, that first time can be the last time that ED impacts your sex life. At Heartland Men's Health, we're experts in treating ED. We've treated tens of thousands of men using protocols with success rates well over 90%. And those treatments have, in most cases, made sex great again for both them and their partners. You could even find that you're performing like you haven't in years. So if ED has been affecting your intimacy, it's time to make the last time that happens the last time that happens. For just $99, you'll receive blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600. That's 844-447-6600. Or go to heartlandmenshealth.com.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the DM Injury Law Studios. Mike's got this. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Northland 35 southbound, slow is approaching Vivian with an accident around Brighton. It looks to be off to the shoulder, though. On the Kansas side, 35 northbound briefly slow at Cambridge Circle with a wreck reported. Alan Carr, 96 bound, The Fan, traffic.
He's the Chiefs' all-time leading tackler and 4-time Pro Bowler.
Derek Johnson picks it. He's up the right sideline, 30-yard line, 25, and down into Washington territory. Derek Johnson.
But to us, he's our forever linebacker.
I want to be battle tested. I want to go through some adversity. I want to go through some things where you say, "Oh man, we gotta figure this out."
Here's number 56, Derek Johnson, with Fesco and Dusty on your new home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan.
That's right. It's Derek Johnson time on a Monday, brought to you by Community America Credit Union. Member owned, open to all. Community America Credit Union, invested in you. DJ, what if I could do it? What if I had the power and I could go get the red 56, the white pants, the shoes, the helmet, and you get one more chance at Marcus Mariota? Would you take it?
Absolutely.
Yeah, baby.
I'll probably make sure I have some different referees out there, so probably win the game at that time, man. I would definitely do it all over again, man. Football. I've been playing football all my life, so when it ends, it's tough when it ends. But I'm enjoying watching these Chiefs kick butt.
When you have a referee do something like that, because we saw it yesterday with Kayvon Thibodeau yelling at his locker about the referees because of the way that they ruled on the tush push. What is the emotional drain, the mental drain, maybe whatever kind of drain it is, when you do something so awesome like you did against Mariota and the referee screws it up and calls the wrong thing? What kind of impact and toll does that take?
Yeah, coach speak. You say, hey, don't worry about it. Let the refs rough. They're not perfect and all this. But then you say, hold on, they get paid to referee and make some calls that are just you can't, especially off the wall calls or calls where you say, hey, you can't do this, right? This is absolutely wrong. And when it happens to you, especially in crucial situations, especially in the playoffs, especially when you need the ball to go your way, and man, that could have been a fumble. Justin Houston picked it up. It's just it's tough. It's tough.
Yeah, it is tough. I mean, I know, as you said with the coach speak, you're supposed to get by that kind of stuff. But reality is we're all humans, right? We all are impacted by things that we can't control where other people are making those decisions. And it's hard throughout the course of the game to get something like that back when you've made such a big play and you were on that emotional high.
Yeah, it is. The reality, it does happen, but it shouldn't happen, but it's tough, man, and you see it go on throughout the league, and you want it not to happen, but hey, you try to not let the referees control the game or have that that say of win or lose, but it does happen. That's why you just try to get it out of your mind. That's the best thing you can do, right? Of course, they make some bad calls at times, but the best thing you can do is try to have a short-term memory. After the game, go to the go through that protocol on trying to fix it. But at that time, it really sucks.
DJ, you played against Marcus Mariota. What does he do that can confuse a defense, or what is something that maybe people overlook with his skill set?
Well, he's a scrappy guy. He, obviously his running ability really helps him to really connect the dots and have really good games. Obviously, he's a quarterback. He can throw the ball and all that stuff, but being able to be scrappy and he's a quarterback that's probably average, but he can have good games. He can make all the throws, but you try to keep him in the well, keep him in the pocket, just because you don't want anybody to not have contain, or he get outside the pocket, then throw a pass and open it up even more. But he's a good quarterback. He's a veteran guy. He knows he's a tough guy. That's probably his best skill set is being really tough. He's had some ups and downs throughout these years, but you never can count him out. That's for sure.
Is it better, DJ, having a guy like Marcus Mariota as the backup as opposed to somebody you've never heard of before that's going to come in and you're going to go, okay, I've never heard of this guy before. He must not be that good. At least Marcus Mariota is kind of a name that may get you to focus a little bit more.
It will get you to focus. It will get you to focus. When you're in a National Football League, as fans, you probably look at certain names and you say, "Oh, this guy's just okay. He's been in the league for this many years." Like they're there for a reason, and they have the possibility to be dangerous at times. They have plenty of games where you say, "Man, they had some really good highlights." Don't let this be that game.
When you play this game that you did for so long and you see a team like Washington come in that has I guess you could still consider him this like a Swiss Army knife in Deebo Samuel. Is that a game where, a coach will come up to a guy like you or a guy like Nick Bolton who has established themselves as a trusted defensive player, a captain of this team, where is that a conversation where like you would go to your defensive coordinator and be like, "Hey, I got Deebo tonight. Like, I'll take care of business." I know there's obviously different types of defensive sets, zone being one of them, but like, this is one of those games where you're like, "I'll take 19 out of the game. Trust me, boss."
I don't know about taking him out of the game. Deebo Samuels is a dude, man.
Yeah.
He's one of the best, scrappiest, toughest receivers to ever play the game. Like that's the respect he gets in the game, and he can just like you said, that Swiss Army knife. He can do just about anything. He can get back there and run the ball as a running back. He's tough to tackle when he catches a hitch ball or some kind of curl or slant over the middle. DBs hate to tackle him because, it takes linebackers to take him down. But he's a guy that one person is not going to shut him down. You definitely have to have a plan for him. The offense is built around him, and he's a veteran, scrappy, tough receiver. But you definitely got to have a plan for him. I don't know if you double him, like that, but you definitely have a plan for him.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, yeah, because this game tonight, DJ's. I know a lot of times cliches will say this game's a battle of the trenches. I'm looking at all three linebackers that are wearing red tonight, going up against McLaurin and Merritt and Deebo. I think this is where this game is important. Are these linebackers? I mean, I'm ready to watch Leo Chenal just go crazy tonight.
Yeah. 5'4" is always all over the field, and he's a Swiss Army knife as well. He can rush. He can literally get at, which is crazy, get at tackle, 3 technique. He can kind of do it all, and give us that depth at linebacker, or you can move him around. But linebackers for this game will be really important. Just because you got these receivers that are going to go across the middle, they're going to run the ball, they're going to do some things that if your linebackers are not very active, and we have really, really active linebackers, especially when you talk about Bolton, one of the best motor tacklers in the league at linebacker. So this is going to be a good game for them, and we're going to just keep this rolling. Even though we're 4-3, you may look at that record and say, "All right, in the middle of the road." It's like, no, we're top of the list just because we've hit our stride at this moment. We got our pieces back on the team, and our confidence is up right now with the Chiefs. So you can ask anybody. You don't look at that 4-3 and say, "Oh, the Chiefs, they're not as good this year." Everybody is starting to be afraid of the Chiefs.
Yeah, and rightfully so, but that's why you have to keep winning, because if you don't keep winning and then you go back to 4-4, you can say all you want, but you're still a 4-4 football team. At the end of the day, you are what your record is, and so that's why it's important to continue to stack these wins as we move along,
Yeah, you're right. I heard that before. You definitely are what your record says you are, but the confidence that we have and the high character guys we have in place on the coaching staff, offense, defensively, I think we'll be good tonight. But again, just like you said, we have to keep on winning. But the one thing Coach Reed does, he does a great job about being intentional and making sure the guys are not up on the high horse. When I talk about our confidence is up and we're one of the best teams in the league, even though we're 4-3, Andy Reid makes sure that we're doing the right things to approach this game the right way.
DJ, I know this is a random question, but I just want to ask you, did you have a relationship with Nick Mangold?
No, I did not.
Okay.
No.
I know he was around the same time in the league that you were at, and I figured if you played center, you played linebacker, maybe you guys, kind of had a history or something like that. But I just wanted to ask you about that. How do you see this game going tonight? You think the Chiefs keep that offensive rolling, or do you think this defense pitches another shutout?
No, heck no. We're gonna keep it rolling, man. Man, I got the ultimate confidence right now. No, I'm not overconfident. I'm just saying, like, right now we have a good thing going, especially when all the pieces are back with Rashid Rice and Worthy and Juju and Hollywood. And I mean, you got throw Thornton in there now. I mean, we got some people going. But I just love what we have on offense right now. Defensively, we've been pretty solid, and I just love just the nucleus of the team, and we definitely will keep rolling. I mean, after beating when you beat Detroit like you beat them, that tells you that we're pretty good. I just got to say that.
Well, hey man, enjoy the game tonight. Get another victory, get to 5-3, and then you know what it is next week, brother. It's on to Buffalo.
Yeah, absolutely, baby. Let's go.
All right, DJ, we appreciate it. Take care, brother.
All right.
That is Derek Johnson, former linebacker for the Kansas City Chiefs, brought to you by Community America Credit Union, member owned, open to all. Community America Credit Union, invested in you.
One word.
First name is blank, and he goes on a cruise. He goes on a Caribbean cruise.
Tails.
No. Ah!
Are you listening?
What's your least favorite thing about working with yourself?
Body odor. You get one word.
On the count of 3, name your favorite dinosaur. 1, 2, 3. Velociraptor.
This is one word on Fesco and Dusty.
1, 2, 3.
Oatmeal raisin. Woo, one word, baby. Let's start. Who's gonna come? If the Chiefs do what they need to do, then everyone should be. One word on the Chiefs game tonight.
I am going to say wet. I think it's going to be a sloppy one, right? It's going to be nasty. It is going to be nasty out there tonight. But no, I think it's going to be one of those games where we're going to know by halftime what's going on in this one, right? You have an opportunity early on in this game, deliver kind of that death blow, if you will, to the Washington football team. Take care of business early on, get them out of the game early on, make them play from behind early on, put up points early in this thing, score on every possession like you did against the Raiders, keep this thing going. But the weather concerns me a little bit. We'll get to that in the script.
Okay. According to Weather Bug, 54 degrees at kick, but foggy.
Oh, beware of the fog.
Spooky.
Ooh, Halloween.
Spooky season. I got my Halloween costume on Friday, guys.
Oh, are you going to let us know?
No, I'll wear it Friday when I get here.
Okay, I'm excited.
First Halloween costume I've had in a year.
I was going to say, you dressed up last year.
That
I know
was
you
Doug
did,
from,
I
was.
can't remember the last time I dressed up. I think it's when I was dating a girl before I met my wife, and I went as Priscilla Presley, and she went as Elvis.
That's funny.
Yeah.
That's good. That's awesome.
Yeah, I was Doug from
Emu.
Yeah, it was him and
Doug.
The girl I was talking to at the time, she was Flo.
Let me ask you
great.
this, and I've asked Binkley this question, and you know where that goes most of the time. Would you rather hang out with Doug or Limu the emu?
Doug. I don't know what that emu is going to do.
Yeah,
See, that's why I'd rather be with the emu.
Well,
I've asked my wife for years now to get me an alpaca for Christmas.
Oh,
And I
yes.
just want the alpaca running around the backyard. I don't know what it's going to do back there, but who doesn't want to say, I've got an alpaca in the backyard? Come take a look.
my one word on tonight's game is ready, right? The old song, Are You Ready? So yeah, I'm ready for this game. It's the final appetizer before the main courses start to come into the table, right? Like, it's fun to have a boneless wing or a couple chips and nachos or some cheddar bites or whatever. The steak, the filet, the everything that you are building this season for is around the corner. So tonight I'm ready to see this team continue to move forward and gel and get better and better, because Buffalo, Denver, and the Colts and Dallas and all these teams are on the docket coming up right around the corner.
Let me ask you this, a cooking question, because you got me to thinking. We have chips left over from Cactus the other night. No shredded cheese, but I do have sliced cheddar. Would it be okay to put sliced cheddar over the chips and melt them on a sheet pan?
Sliced cheddar. Like the squares?
Yeah.
Oh, I think so.
Yeah, instead, because I don't have any shredded cheese, but I got a lot of this sliced cheddar from the Hy-Vee deli.
So let me ask you this.
Okay.
Are you coming out of the garage?
No, I just was going to make nachos yesterday.
Oh. Well,
Yeah,
yes.
tear them up.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You just lay them over like little blankets.
Yeah,
Or
that's what I was
take it out
gonna
to
do,
the
yeah.
Blackstone. Put the chips on the Blackstone, throw the cheese over that, shut the lid, let it just cook for a little bit.
Chips in a cheese blanket, baby.
Yeah. Okay. So you guys are good with that because I suggest that and the kids are like, no. I'm like, it's the same cheese.
Same thing.
It's a different shape.
Yeah. KU was put in a cheese blanket. K-State won 42-17 over in Lawrence. One word on the Sunflower Showdown. 17 in a row now for the Wildcats.
Irrelevant.
No.
Wow.
What is? I mean, 17 in a row? It's a one-sided, irrelevant game.
Yeah, I'd just say, I don't know, normalcy.
Yeah.
I mean, you just don't beat K-State. Rob's ready to get Lance Leipold out of Kansas.
Yeah, he wants
Rob's
Leipold
done.
out of there.
He said he's washed. Doesn't even think the light bulb works anymore. Loved the guy 6 months ago. Hates the guy today.
Yeah,
get him out of my city, says Rob Breton, the KU alum.
Yeah, we'll just read his tweet on the air because I did comment on his tweet yesterday, a little bit on it because I'm not saying the guy needs to go.
Because Alex Cole will be like, it's basketball
But he says back-to-back game. Did you see Kansas and Louisville played a non-conference game? And I guess there was a brouhaha that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Try to give advice.
But back-to-back games, Kansas went into half in a close game only to get boat raced in the second half. It's motorboated, Rob. Get the terminology right. Which is the fault of the coaching staff. And I quote tweeted, I said, look, coaches don't get much time anymore with the NIL money, right? Brian Kelly hit the pavement. How many coaches have we seen already fired to a tune of $169 million? You don't get time to build a program anymore in college sports. Nobody's waiting around when they're spending millions and millions of dollars on a roster. So you don't get those 5 years. You don't get 6 years. You get 6 months. And if you don't turn it around, you're gone.
Because those freshmen don't have to sit around and wait for 3 years to start.
Right. They'll go somewhere else, too.
Just go get somebody.
Yep. It's happening in the NFL, too. Leashes are becoming much, much shorter. One word on the Bengals and Jets game. Jets were down 16 with under 3 minutes to go in the third quarter. They came back and won, I believe, 39-38 was the final score. One word on that game.
Thrilling. It was a thrilling game to watch. To watch the whole thing kind of come together.
Thriller,
Yeah.
Halloween.
Oh, I see what you're
Got
doing
it.
there. No, it was thrilling. I'm not going to lie. That was like, how are the Jets coming back? Oh, they went for two. That's a stupid. Oh, they got it by the hair of the football and all this kind of stuff. Like, hey, when you're 0-7, man, you're throwing everything out. So it was a thrilling game.
Yeah, I'd say it was spiritual.
Yeah.
You got the news of Nick Mangold dying that morning of kidney disease, passing away at the young age of 41. Rest in power, young man. Justin Fields in a closet, dude.
Yeah.
Calling his best friend down so bad and just stuck to his faith and his truth. And
I give that friend a lot of credit, man.
No doubt, man. You talked about it in the offseason with Rashee Rice. He's like, what did you do? I got a mentor. I got a new group because he was going around with the wrong people.
Yeah.
Found somebody to talk to that could clear his mind. It works, guys. When your friend calls you or you need to talk to somebody, call your buddy, whoever that may be. Maybe it's your pops, maybe it's your mom, maybe it's your aunt, maybe it's your brother, maybe it's your sister, whoever it may be. Call that person.
Maybe it's us on the text line because we will
Whatever
be
you
here
need.
for you guys. Look, I'm not shy. I've told you, I'm going through it right now. Get my kids getting older. I'm starting to see the end of being a dad and raising them. You know,
His
until
wife's
they go
got a
out.
walking vest.
Yeah, my wife does have that menopause vest. So I guilted her out of that. we were in Colorado and I was in one of the stores and they had these weights for the arms and my daughter's like, we can get these for mom, right? Because my daughter kind of like me is like, oh, what are we doing here with the menopause vest, right?
Making fun of workout gear, you just hammered in and out. And still have animal style over your
all
face.
over our faces, right? She's like, get these for mom. And the girl at the store, this was Boulder, so a college girl. I'm like, you selling a lot of these menopause vests? And she goes, oh my God. Just started laughing.
Poor Jen.
She's catching so many strays, man.
She does
Trying
catch
to
a lot
work
of strays,
out.
and she's a great mother. You know,
Oh,
she's the best.
Oh.
She really is. And
Twins
the
love
kids,
Jen.
the kids just give her so much static. I don't really help in that category, but
yeah.
it's all out of love.
Of course. No, she's the best. She's the best. We'll end it here. On the Bengals still, Corey Dillon spoke out. Long-time Bengals running
Patriot.
back, 97 to 03 or 04,
Sure.
6 or 7 years with Cincinnati. Accused them of basically not paying for his Ring of Honor trip. This is not the first time we've heard of these accusations from former Cincinnati Bengals. One word on Corey Dillon and his outrage against Cincinnati.
Awesome. I mean, it shows you who you are as a franchise. That's Cincinnati in a nutshell. I'm sure Alex Gold was all over that one this weekend. But Boomer Esiason's been picking up the tab for a lot of these honorees to go back because the organization is so cheap and they won't pay for the guys to come back. Corey Dillon tried to get on his plane and they go, well, this is a reservation. It hasn't been paid for yet. He had to pay for it at the gate.
Jeez. That's embarrassing.
Cheap.
I mean, had to pay for his flight at the gate because the Bengals wouldn't do it.
I just wouldn't go.
All right, sweet. Never mind then.
Sounds good.
Oh, you're honoring me this weekend, and I'm not going to be there because you're too cheap to pay? Sorry.
Sounds good. Put the video of Corey Dillon as a New England Patriot running back.
Yeah.
Man.
That's unbelievable.
What were those? What was that, like a liquor store back in the day?
Yeah, dirt cheap. Yeah, it was the St. Louis Secret. I don't know if that's still around, but it was the Birds Fly Dirt Cheap. Cheap.
Scared the hell out of me. Yeah. We've seen it. Which would you choose now? That's what we're going to ask on the other side. 913-586-7965. You've seen it, but what would you choose now? 96.5 The Fan, your home for the Kansas City Chiefs.
You're listening to Fesco and Dusty. Tune in to hear Mitch Holtis every Friday at 7:20, right here on your home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan. Fesco and Dusty is brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, I'll tell you, my friends over at QC Kinetics are saying enough with that traditional medicine. If you're in pain, you got to come see us. And I'm telling you, go see my friends at QC Kinetics and do it now because they look beyond that traditional medicine. That's why QC Kinetics is so successful. People with chronic joint pain are learning that there are other options besides steroids, meds, and surgery. Patients fighting pain are getting lasting relief using advanced cellular level treatments. It's QC Kinetics regenerative medicine that can revitalize your joints using growth factors from your own body. And we're talking about a simple injection, not a hospital stay. It's fast and all natural with no downtime. So if your back or your knees or your shoulders are hurting all of the time, then you need to explore all of your options. Be smart and don't let them tell you more pills or surgery are your only choices, because that's not the case. Call QC Kinetics and get a free consultation. Thousands of patients around the country have found a better life with QC Kinetics' amazing regenerative treatments. It's time for you. So call them today and get scheduled. 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. Appointments available on Saturdays off 435 in State Line and in Gladstone. It's QC Kinetics.
Hey, Zach. Are you smiling at my gorgeous canyon view?
No, Donald. I'm smiling because I've got something I want to tell the whole world.
Well, do it. Shout it out.
T-Mobile's got home internet.
Whoa, I love that echo. T-Mobile's got home internet.
How much is it?
Look at that, Zach. We got the neighbor's attention.
Just $35 a month. And you love a great deal, Denise.
Plus, they've got a 5-year price guarantee. That's 5 whole trips around the sun.
I'm switching. Me too.
Yes, T-Mobile home internet for the neighborhood.
Donald, you still haven't returned my weed whacker.
Carl, don't you embarrass me like this, please.
What's everyone yelling about?
T-Mobile's got home internet.
And Donald's got my weed whacker.
Yes, T-Mobile's got home internet. Just $35 a month with auto pay and any voice line. And it's guaranteed for 5 years.
Beautiful yodeling, Carl.
Taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com/ISP for details and exclusions.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
1 in 8 women will face breast cancer. But the Breast Cancer Research Foundation is changing that. With breakthroughs in prevention and treatment, we're not just saving lives, we're rewriting the future, giving those diagnosed more time to not just survive, but thrive. This is the moment. This is the mission. Support breast cancer research. Until 1 in 8 is none in 8.
At Napa, we've spent the last 100 years building our business into an engine that powers yours. Whether you're big or small, national or local, Napa has the automotive solutions your business needs to stay moving. And it's all driven by a nationwide network of quality parts and exceptional service on one mission: to keep your business moving full speed ahead. That's why we are the pros that know.
Chiefs Checking for Community America is for real fans. Because real fans know Tap to Pay is the ultimate play. Zero fees mean you win with ease. And big savings at the team store means you can score more. And who doesn't love scoring more? Community America is investing in helping Chiefs fans step up their financial game. Get started today at communityamerica.com. Member owned, open to all. Community America Credit Union. Invested in you.
Steve here with Connolly Plumbing Solutions, your neighborhood plumber. We have the holidays coming up, good comfort food aplenty. With that in mind, we are running a garbage disposal special of $100 off. We only install incinerators. A good working disposal is key to avoiding drain backups, and no one needs surprises these days. So call 913-768-7676 or visit ConnollyPlumbingSolutions.com.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Kansas side 70 eastbound, very heavy, approaching 110th Street. Stays slow, not quite into the 435 interchange with an accident reporting. Olathe 35 northbound, things get heavy before Old 56 Highway and just crawls up towards 127th Street with an accident blocking a lane there. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Diving right back into it, we asked you the hypothetical because Mac and Bob were in the garage too long yesterday. Now that we've seen it, what would you choose now? The first 6 games that Rashee Rice got, or what they said earlier in the preseason that he could miss, the middle of the season. So now you've seen Rashee Rice miss the first 6 games, and now you know what your team is, and you know what the next 6 games are. What would you go back and change, or would you still keep it the same?
Keeping it the same. I would be a hypocrite if I said otherwise. I tell the kids all the time, do your homework now so it's done. It's taken care of and you don't have to worry about it. Get your stuff done now before you want to go out there and play or do the fun things in life. Take care of your S before you take care of the fun. The Chiefs have taken care of their S, and now it's time to have fun. We got it over with. It's done. It's over. We can all now move along and never, ever, ever talk about those 6 games of him being suspended again. Imagine having it now and having 6 games where he was just off the charts and then hitting the brakes on your offense, because that's essentially what you would have to do, is hit the brakes on your offense at this point in time with Buffalo and Denver and Indianapolis all coming up in your next 3 games. You would have had to hit the brakes on the offense, and I don't want to do that. Now you're going. You've already experienced the bad. It's out of the way, and now we can move forward. So I would never, ever, ever hold back. Give me the information now. Let's move along, and let's take care of business. Now is always best.
Yeah, there are probably pros to both sides on this, right? I mean, hindsight's 2020. So obviously the Chiefs, I'm thrilled with where the Chiefs are at, but I would take them being 5-1 or 6-0. With the rest of the way the NFL looks right now. I mean, the only other team that's really taken care of business fully is the Indianapolis Colts as far as the AFC is concerned. Right now, the Chiefs would be jaunting their way to a 1 seed. And frankly, I think the offense actually would have been more figured out with Rashee Rice those first 6 weeks because they would have been at full strength. They would have really gotten to be
until Worthy went down on play 3.
Well, yeah, of course. In this hypothetical, he's still healthy and ready to go. They would have been able to figure out, okay, here's how Thornton works. They would have been able to kind of get Kareem Hunt and Pacheco going with Rice being there, with still winning those games. So I don't know. Of course,
but then you hit that mid-season lull, right? Like you're churning and burning and everything's good, and then you hit that lull. And you know when you take that nap in the afternoon, those first couple of minutes after you're waking up and you're like, or even in the morning, and you're kind of starting back over. I don't want to do that. I don't want to hit that lull. They're in a groove right now.
100%.
They would have hit that lull. How hard would it have been to be bouncing back from that lull in week 13 as well. So I just think it worked out for the way that it needed to work out. And here we sit in a good spot. I wouldn't want to go back there. I like the fact that it's out of the way, and now we can just kind of hit the ground running with this.
So if you would have played, right, because we looked at the schedule to start the season, and of course you can't really play the schedule until you play the schedule.
Right.
You just said, okay, we're going to miss Rashee Rice against the Chargers, Eagles, Ravens. That sucks. And, that's what it was. You didn't have against the Chargers. You lost that game 27-21. You didn't have against the Eagles. You lost 20-17. Maybe a different outcome if you have everybody firing up. Maybe you're 2-0. You probably definitely beat the Giants. You're 3-0. No clue what the Ravens would have been if they were all healthy and they didn't do their thing. But you would have had a good chance at winning that game because it's at home. You've always had Lamar in your hand if you're Mahomes. You're 4-0, like you said, you're cakewalking. But the schedule did end up playing out the way that it did. And now you get Rashee Rice back against the Raiders, where you were 31-0. And you get the Commanders, Bills, bye week, Broncos, Colts, Cowboys, Texans, Chargers. From the beginning, I said, just get it over with. That way you don't have to worry about it. It's not looming. You don't know if it's going to be 6-8 games throughout the middle of the season.
Right.
And then it's like, if you can get it over with and you can hold serve, which is exactly what they did. And now he's back, and everybody has the Chiefs being the best team in the NFL because he is back and everybody's healthy on this offense.
Yeah,
so,
you just don't want the unknown,
Yeah. I'm always team get it over with. It's like when I get home from work and I see that there's pounds of leaves in my yard, don't eat lunch, don't lay down, don't do it, because then you're going to get up at 1:30, 2 o'clock and be like, oh, now I got to do all these leaves, and I don't want to do that. I just want to keep going, get it over with. I know that I am not a receiver in the NFL, let alone have I ever been suspended from the NFL, but I do know, I bet if you could ask Rashee, hey,
keep
man,
trying, you may get one day.
Yeah. And you would ask Rashee Rice, be like, hey man, would you rather gotten the 6 games out of the way, or would you rather been playing? And then, I guarantee you, because hindsight is obviously what it is, he's like, oh yeah, just get it over with, man.
Well, you know what it's like sometimes when teams come out of a bye week too, or the All-Star break in baseball. Guys are so into routine in professional sports, it makes you and I look like we're not into a routine, right?
Yeah.
And the way that they go about their business, going for it. Now you got 6 weeks away. That ruins everything. That ruins everything for these athletes. They got to be in that mode. They've got to be in that mindset. They've got to be in that routine. And doing it this way keeps Rashee Rice in that routine. And now we don't have to worry about him stopping down and then coming back after that. And what's the team going to be like? It's already been eliminated. It's already been done. You got bad news. Give me the bad news and then give me the good news. Let's get the bad news out of the way. It's not him and haw about this kind of stuff. Let's just move forward.
816 says you guys act like wins and losses hinge on Rice playing or not. Mahomes played like ass the first month of the season.
No, he did not. Patrick
false.
Mahomes has been
7
in the
touchdowns and 1 interception.
Yeah, I don't know what games you've been watching.
And he threw for 250 yards, I guess, twice.
7 touchdowns, 1 pick without his top 2 weapons.
Without his top 2 weapons.
Sweet text, dude.
Yeah. I mean, seriously, if you're going to come into the kitchen with something like that, if you're going to come to the potluck with wasabi peas, they better be damn good wasabi peas, okay? Otherwise, you're getting kicked out. Okay?
And imagine how much better he would have been if he had Rashee Rice.
I mean, 7 touchdowns, 1. Patrick Mahomes was brilliant in the first month of the season. Not his fault Travis didn't catch that touchdown pass against the Eagles.
He's the only reason this team wasn't 1-3 or 0-4.
Yeah,
I mean, legitimately.
I mean, that's
ridiculous.
That's an Orlovsky style text.
It is.
And I attacked Orlovsky yesterday on Twitter, just so you know.
You tough bulldog, you.
BBL. Well, he's out there talking about I don't understand why these coaches that call plays can't be ahead. Somebody called a great game yesterday. I'm like, come on, Dan. This has nothing to do with whether or not you can be a good head coach, whether or not you can call plays.
There's a rumor that my boyfriend dumped me because my BBL stink.
Do we do the BBL stinky text of the day? I mean, BBL because stinky. That right there, that's just not a bad text. That's ignorant.
Somebody says, get off the text line. He also led the team in rushing.
Yeah.
Block that texter. He's been the MVP all year. Another text that really gets the show from the 316. My wife told me if I say BBL stinky again during tonight's Chiefs game, she's going to leave me. Man, and he goes, man, I'm going to miss her.
Yeah. BBL stinky.
Great.
That is fantastic.
I sing it all the time.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Oh, people say it all the time now
great.
from people. I hear it at least once a day somewhere. BBL stinky. I'm like, it is.
Not only that, but Rashee Rice coming back when he did, he's going to get a bye week after 2 straight games. He's
Yeah.
going to play 3 games, get a bye week, and then gear up. I love it. I'm glad it's over with.
Gear up for the final stretch run, man. Yeah,
That stretch that you mentioned, Dusty, that is a real stretch right now. That looks to be it.
The Buffalo,
Bills, Colts, Texans,
and
Chargers.
don't sleep on Dallas. They always win on Thanksgiving. Their offense is good.
Offense is great.
They looked bad against Denver yesterday.
They have
but
no
again,
defense.
No,
Zero.
I mean that's good. Shut their offense. Take the script from what Denver did and put it into what that game is. Be the better defense and force Dak to do something that he doesn't normally have to do. Be Superman. And you can make something happen because your offense can be toe-to-toe with Dallas's offense, and your defense is clearly far and away better. But again, that's not a sleep-on game. That's Thanksgiving Day in Dallas.
Yeah, Dallas 33-22-1 on Thanksgiving.
Don't mess around on Turkey Day, baby.
Go down there and you got to take care of business. Keep those losing teams losing. And right now, Dallas is a losing team. And their owner last night after the game was like, I don't know if we're just one player away. Because I'm not trying to be funny about that. But you watched that defense yesterday. They're not winning that game with Michael Parson.
It would have been better, but no, we're doing What's in the Script coming up next, but my What's in the Script for Thanksgiving, that's Brashard Smith's breakout game.
Oh, all right.
Well, he teed it up for you. We'll knock it out of the park our best that we can with What's in the Script next on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
Good morning, Kansas City. This is Trey Smith, and you're listening to Fesco and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Having unexpected car trouble or just in a car accident? Call Jay Southland Tow Service, 816-779-4869 or southlandtow.com. Use the tow service trusted by most local police departments. They can do it all. Be in the know and call Jay's Southland Tow.
Chiefs Checking for Community America is for real fans. Because real fans know Tap to Pay is the ultimate play. 0 fees mean you win with ease. And big savings at the team store means you can score more. And who doesn't love scoring more? Community America is investing in helping Chiefs fans step up their financial game. Get started today at CommunityAmerica.com. Member owned, open to all. Community America Credit Union, invested in you.
With Lowe's Blueprint Takeoff, you can turn blueprints into competitive quotes. Bring us your plans. We'll generate itemized material lists to make quoting faster and easier. Visit the Lowe's Pro Desk to get started today.
DraftKings Sportsbook, America's top-rated sportsbook app, is coming soon to the Show Me State. New Missouri customers can download the DraftKings Sportsbook app today. And when we go live, place just a $5 bet to unlock $300 in bonus bets. Starting November 17th, you can create your DraftKings Sportsbook account in Missouri and get ready for launch day on December 1st. DraftKings Sportsbook brings you everything you need to elevate your game day, including live in-game betting, lightning fast payouts, and endless ways to get in on the action, all right from your phone. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and grab $300 in bonus bets with just a $5 bet when we go live December 1st. In partnership with DraftKings Sportsbook, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over. Physically present in Missouri. Eligibility restrictions apply. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. Excludes customers who redeem pre-launch sign-up offer. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos.
Hey, it's Rex here with RexBuysKC.com, your local KC home buyer. If you own a property in the Kansas City or surrounding area and want to sell it fast and at a fair price, write this number down, 816-330-6000. I'm a private real estate investor, not some hedge fund or large national chain. My family and I live right here in KC. I can pay cash and close on your timeline, even in as little as 3 days. Here at RexBuysKC.com, we are improving Kansas City one house at a time. I buy inherited houses, vacant houses, foreclosure houses, behind in payment houses, my tenant won't pay the rent houses, and properties that need complete rehabs. Do you own a house that's trashed and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Great. If you own a house and want to sell it fast, call me at this number, 816-330-6000. That's 816-330-6000. Or go to RexBuysKC.com. That's RexBuysKC.com. And I look forward to working with you.
Car, truck, or motorcycle wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Paid for client portrayal and endorsement. Choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements.
After my car wreck, there was a lot I didn't know.
I do know. If you've been hurt in a car wreck, call me. I've got this.
Mike's got this.
816-888-7500. Mike's got this.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Kansas side 70 eastbound, very heavy, approaching 110th Street with an accident blocking the left lane. Olathe 35 northbound, you're hitting delays before 151st Street. Crawls up towards 127th with an accident blocking the left lane. Allen Carr, 96 pound, the fan. Traffic.
This is your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan, KFNC FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, in Odyssey Sports Station.
Normally we do this on Friday, 8 o'clock, but since the Chiefs play on Monday night against the Washington Commanders, we'll do the script today at 8 o'clock. So hopefully we can get as accurate as we were last week. Bob almost nailed us 35-0.
Mm-hmm.
Mac was pretty accurate 2 weeks ago with the Detroit game. And here we sit with the Washington Commanders coming to town with Marcus Mariota. Mac, stay hot and lead us off with your version of the Chiefs script tonight against Washington. What might and should and probably won't happen.
And that's why we love this segment.
That's right. I love the people who get mad. You guys are idiots. Yes.
Stick to your day job. Well, it does look like it's my night job. I feel like I'm at after hours with the seat outside.
I told Dusty, he goes, go look outside. So I went and looked outside. I'm like, if you just woke up unconscious and like had no idea where you are, you wouldn't know if it's night or day. Like, is this the end of the day or is this the beginning of the day?
Ridiculous. Just like the Chiefs are going to look tonight. They're going to look ridiculously good. They're going to dominate yet again. This is going to end up being the best team in the Mahomes era. It might already be there, but by the end of the season, we'll know it is. Kelsey's going to score. He's going to be a part of the tight end weekend. He missed tight end day, but he'll be a part of the tight end weekend. Rice will lead in targets, he'll lead in catches, and he'll lead in yards. He will be the triple crown for the Chiefs tonight in the passing game. It'll be reminiscent of playing against Amon-Ra St. Brown on defense, and that Debo and Terry, they will have their catches. They will get open sometimes, but there just won't be a lot of room after the catch. There won't be yards after the catch. Defenders will be clobbering them up, but there probably will be one big play from Terry or Debo Samuels in that pass game. Xavier Worthy will catch a deep pass. Mahomes will throw 3 touchdowns yet again. He'll run for over 30 yards. Chiefs will win this one 31-10.
I like the 31-10 score. Yeah, I mean, when you guys got guys like Debo Samuel and Terry McLaurin, I'm watching this Packer game from last night. I mean, how bad is Pittsburgh on defense? But anyway,
So
I digress.
Shouldn't be.
No, but they were brutal last night.
Fire Tomlin.
Gotta go. But what I witnessed and what I feel like is like you got stars. Stars are always going to get something. You're not going to shut them out unless it's Amon-Ra St. Brown or something like that. But expect those guys to each have a play or two in this game. You just have to minimize what they're going to do and not let anybody else kind of go out there and do their thing. All right, for me, this is going to get nasty, and by nasty, I mean the ground game. The Chiefs are going to run the football tonight, and it's going to be fun. All 3 running backs will have a play where we come in tomorrow and you go, did you see Smith? Did you see Kareem? Did you see what Pop did on one of those plays? We'll be talking about those running backs on Tuesday morning, and that's going to open up the aerial attack. This week, Kelsey eats. I'm with you. National Tight End Day, days, week, however we want to phrase it. Travis Kelce's going to eat. He becomes the leading receiver and target for the Chiefs tonight. I think that's the guy they go after. He scores a touchdown. Brashard Smith becomes a household name with another 20-plus yards from scrimmage game. It's Monday night. Has the opportunity to really shine on Monday Night Football. Nothing competing with Monday Night Football tonight unless it's the World Series, hockey, or basketball, sports equinox tonight. So there's a lot going on, but it's the NFL. Everybody's going to be watching. Chiefs get 2 sacks of Marcus Mariota, one of them by Michael Bolton, one of them by Nick Bolton, who he dedicates to Derek Johnson. Chiefs win in a close one, 35-0.
Yep, there it is. Stay true to yourself.
That's exactly right. Be you.
Be yourself.
That's right.
BBL Stinky.
My script is I'm thinking this game is a lot like the Detroit game all over again, but not as clean for Washington. I do think they're going to do their best to hold serve and control the clock, but it won't last long because they don't have Jared Goff. They don't have Amon-Ra St. Brown. They don't have Jameson Williams. They don't have Gibbs, and Montgomery. But they do have some guys on that team that can make headaches come up and go throughout the game. But I think the Chiefs know what's ahead. Not saying they are looking ahead. I know what they think. I think they believe they know what is ahead. And what tonight is all about is continuing to solidify the gel of both sides of the ball, offense and defense. I think tonight we see it again. 7 targets or more for Rashee Rice. 5 targets for Xavier Worthy, for 40-plus yards for Travis Kelce. And I think this is the game that Brashard Smith gets a touchdown. I think he gets in the end zone tonight. And I think Jones gets another sack. And I think this is the game of the year for Leo Chanel. We have audio from Mitch Holtis that he joined us on Friday and played for us later that last week. But I think this is the Leo Chanel game. He's got to be crazy. Chicken with its head cut off, going absolutely nuts, being that guy. I think Deebo Samuel will look a lot like St. Brown did in that game for Detroit. I think St. Brown had
41 or something.
I think he had like 9 catches, but he only had 42 yards. I don't mind if Deebo does that. If he's going to run through the middle and catch it and go down immediately, that's fine with me. But I think he'll be a lot like that, 6-7 catches, but not a lot of yards. I think 22 locks up Scary Terry, and I think the Chiefs win this game 31-13.
I like it.
Mahomes continues to strive as the MVP. I think if he can take care of business, and then if he beats Josh Allen next week, he could maybe lock it up. But again,
did anybody emerge yesterday in the MVP kind of category and conversation? Because I don't think anything. What did Josh Allen really do yesterday? I haven't seen one highlight yet.
There was somebody that emerged yesterday that I think needs to be in the conversation, and that man is Jonathan Taylor.
Yeah, that's a good question, or a good pick, I mean.
I will say this. I think the similarities in this will be exactly what we saw last year with Saquon Barkley. Now, I think he's having, a little bit better of a year than Saquon Barkley. But again, that will be determined by the time we get to the end, because last year there was no secret. What Philadelphia was doing last year was a lot of what, Saquon Barkley was able to do, just control the game. And you saw Philadelphia yesterday control the game. Why? Because, by God, they gave it to number 26.
And then he got hurt, and so...
Yeah, which sucks. I mean, obviously. But they were controlling that game because Saquon Barkley was able to do whatever he wanted.
Second play of the game, 65 yards from scrimmage, legitimately untouched for a touchdown.
And you look at Jonathan Taylor's numbers this year. He has 143 rush attempts. He has 850 yards. That's a 5.9 average. Okay? Jamal Charles' number one argument that why he should be in the Hall of Fame is because he holds the record for the most yards per average per rush in his career at 5.2. This year, Jonathan Taylor's averaging 5.9, and he has 12 rushing touchdowns. Okay?
He's having a miraculous year.
He's had 9 touchdowns in the last 3 weeks.
It's nuts to watch this guy, right? Let me take it one step further for you with Jonathan Taylor to talk about why right now he could be in that MVP conversation. And this comes from the 33rd team. In his last 22 games since the start of last season, 119.2 scrimmage yards per game. Think about that for a second. 119.2 scrimmage yards per game. That's just him. 26 touchdowns, 5.1 yards per carry, and a 0.4% fumble rate. He's scoring at an amazing rate. He's not giving the ball to the other team, putting the football on the ground. He's gaining a bunch of yards, and they have found a way to make Daniel Jones successful. Sometimes your quarterback can't carry your team. I do believe Daniel Jones is one of those guys. But we're seeing now he's a win-with guy, a not win because of guy. And you got to give that Chris Ballard a lot of credit out in Indianapolis for formulating this plan and saying, look, we don't really have much of an option at quarterback. We're going to take this guy who looks like, the guy from Taxi, Latka Gravis, Andy Kaufman, and we're going to put him at quarterback, but yet we're going to surround him with some really good pieces. And you know what's the best friend of a quarterback that's mid? A great running back like Jonathan Taylor right now. And he's taken all the pressure in the world off of Daniel Jones, because I don't know that Daniel is capable of going out there and single-handedly winning a game, but he can sure as hell manage a game and hand it to number 26 all afternoon and let him do his thing for the Indianapolis Colts. That's why they are so successful, because of that ground game. And kudos to that coach out there who's listening to his owner on the sidelines and running the football. Not trying to do something different, not trying to do something spectacular. You got a great weapon. Utilize them, and the Colts are doing just that.
And that's the whole topic here, is who's in the conversation. I don't think Jonathan Taylor will win MVP because, again, like last year, Saquon Barkley could have arguably been the MVP, but it went to Josh Allen. He's not a quarterback, so he'll win Offensive Player of the Year, in my opinion.
Right.
But I think that there should be a stronger push towards somebody with this skill set who's doing this, because I just looked at his fantasy numbers, Mac. He has 192 points already this year in 8 games. That's an average of 24 a game in fantasy. Like that's, I mean, you know those numbers,
He's on 3
right?
of 4 of my leagues. I told you guys on Fantasy Football Sundays, that's a league winner this season. He's killing it. And I think he's more of an MVP than Saquon was last season.
I don't disagree with that because Philly had a great defense.
Philly
obviously.
had a great everything.
Great everything
A+
last
everything.
year. Yeah, great receivers. Obviously, Jalen Hurts was playing at the top of his game, and obviously Saquon Barkley's big. They probably don't go to the Super Bowl if they don't have all of that working
For
together
sure.
at this point in time. Jonathan Taylor is carrying Daniel Jones.
I think he is making him look much better. Like Daniel Jones right now looks like an A-. He's probably a C+ quarterback, and he looks like an A- because of Jonathan Taylor, because of the O-line, because of the weapons. Everything on Philadelphia was an A+ last year besides Jalen Hurts, who's like a B- and looked like an A. You know, C+ for Daniel Jones, the O-line, A+ in Philadelphia, probably an A in Indianapolis. A+ for wide receivers in Philly, probably a B- in Indianapolis. Like, Jonathan Taylor is the one thing that's equal to what Philadelphia was last year. He's
No
the
question.
A+, and he's winning them football games.
And when you have a running back that can do it, it makes your quarterback look that much better. You take that pressure off him, man.
And not only that, there's that bonus of him being a receiving running back, too.
Yeah, that's the other thing. The dude can catch the ball.
100%.
Yeah, he's a stud. Yesterday, he had 153 yards on the ground, 2 touchdowns. He had 2 receptions for 21 yards and a touchdown. The week before, 16 attempts, 94 yards, and 3 touchdowns. The week before that, 21 attempts, 123 yards, and a touchdown. The week before that, 17 for 66, 3 touchdowns. And the guy's balling, man. Good for him. But Offensive Player of the Year awaits. And Patrick Mahomes' MVP number 3 is almost there. But we'll see. But that was the script, and that was our argument for Jonathan Taylor to be in the conversation. There's some issues going on in Baltimore with, an honest mistake, as John Harbaugh would call it, here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
This is Fesco and Dusty. Tune in to hear from ESPN's Nate Taylor every Thursday at 8:20, right here on your home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan. Fesco and Dusty is brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
I'll tell you, they've cured our blues for the last 10 years. These guys at Golden Oak Lending are outstanding, and we work with them probably twice a year just to kind of find out where we are with our mortgage. It's their free mortgage checkup, and it's available to everybody out there. Whether or not you have a mortgage with Golden Oak Lending, you need to take that free mortgage checkup just to kind of find out where you stand right now. As we get ready to finish October and start November, how would you like to go the next 2 months without having to make a mortgage payment? Well, Golden Oak Lending can help you, and you can do that by taking that free mortgage checkup. Risk-free, no paperwork or credit card required. It's just a simple phone conversation where you tell Golden Oak Lending all about your financial situation and where you want to go. And then Golden Oak Lending will get to work. They'll see if they have a loan better than the one that you're in. And if you do, great, you're in. And if they don't, they'll let you know that as well. You're not going to get put in a loan that isn't better than the one that you have right now. And Golden Oak has lowered rates to 4.50%. While other lenders are talking about high rates, Golden Oak is dropping theirs. The average cash-out customer with Golden Oak saves $1,104 per month. Plus, you'll make no mortgage payments for the next 2 months. You won't make a mortgage payment until 2026. So call Golden Oak now and take that free mortgage checkup. 913-890-GOLD. That's 913-890-GOLD. 5.442 APR. FHA 15-year, 20% equity, qualified credit. Additional terms apply. MLS 1149-37.
Things are getting spooky in South Kansas City, but the deals at Rob Side Ford, they're scary good. Rob Side is with me. Hey, Rob, what's haunting the lot this month?
No tricks, just treats. From Broncos to Explorers to F-150s and commercial vehicles, we've got the inventory, the selection, and the lowest prices in Kansas City.
And no creepy sales tactics, just non-commissioned staff and real value.
Exactly. And while we're on the scary stuff, Kevin, your brisket from last weekend still haunts me.
Okay, dry rub shouldn't actually mean dry.
But here's the real flavor. KC's only top-rated Ford dealer on Google, 4.8 stars with nearly 3,000 reviews. Voted best car dealership in KC by Kansas City Magazine.
If you want simple, upfront, and easy, Rob Side Ford is the treat you've been looking for. Visit 135th and State Line and buy right with Rob Site.
Rob Site Ford, ROBSIGHT.com. And Kevin, leave the cooking to us this Halloween.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
Designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
Windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Every morning, we rise and shine. Make breakfast and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Another summer is ended, and you may have noticed that your energy is lower, your workouts aren't as productive, perhaps you aren't sleeping as well and feel foggy all the time, maybe even your sex drive is off. This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health, and if you're experiencing some or all of these symptoms, it's likely you have low testosterone. And if that's what's going on with you, don't wait. You need to call us at Heartland Men's Health and get treated for your low T, because living with low testosterone is no way to live. With our low T treatments, if you're like most guys, your life will change considerably. Improved sleep, better energy, greater gains in the gym, better mental clarity, and your sex drive will likely improve as well. Plus, most men see these results in just a few weeks. So call us. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600. That's 844-447-6600. Or go to heartlandmenshealth.com.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the DM Injury Law Studios. Mike's got this. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by Gann Asphalt and Concrete. One contractor, all things parking lot. Kansas side 70 eastbound gets heavy approaching 110th Street. Stays slow into 435 with an accident blocking the left lane. Olathe, very heavy 35 northbound. You hit delays before 151st Street. Just crawls up towards 127th with an accident blocking the left lane there. And then Missouri side 470 westbound heavy approaching Raytown Road with an accident. The world's coming to Kansas City in 2026. Is your parking lot ready? Faded lines, potholes, unsafe sidewalks. Gann Asphalt and Concrete is your winning team. One contractor, all things parking lot. Visit GannAsphalt.com today. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
From the 816. You ready for this one? Okay. I need you to be focused here.
I'm ready.
Listening to Bob makes me stay senile.
Stay senile.
Yeah. My wife is driving me nuts. She won't push skip intro. She watches the recap of the episodes we just finished watching and won't break down her Amazon boxes.
Yes.
I threw all the boxes on the bed and she just put them on my side of the bed, so I slept on the couch, but I still love her. Yeah.
I love it. Like, my wife is so mad at the kids for not cleaning up stuff. Like, in college, if somebody didn't do, like, their kitchen duty at the fraternity house, we put all the dirty dishes in their bed, right? We call them a load. So we're starting to do that to the kid. A load, yeah. Your load, you know? Like, your load. We're going to start doing that to the kids, putting their dirty dishes in their beds if they don't, continue to clean up after us, because we're tired of it. You guys are in high school now. Put your stuff in the dishwasher. Come on now.
when my stepmom always did laundry at my dad's house, she washed the clothes the way the clothes were put in the hamper.
Yes.
So if your shirt was inside out, it got washed inside out. If your socks were inside out, they got washed inside out.
Is there something wrong with that, though? No. I mean, I do.
We turned all our clothes the right side out after one wash.
But does it make a difference when you're washing the clothes?
I don't know. I think it's more so of just trying not to be such a
chode.
Yeah, it's when you get the clothes out of the wash and everything's inside out and you spend all that time turning everything back the right way.
That's the worst chore.
It is. Unloading the dishwasher for me is the worst chore.
I love it.
I
hate unloading the dishwasher. Oh, especially the forks and the spoons and all that kind of stuff. I get through the plates and glasses fairly quickly.
So do you have as much OCD as me? Now I live alone.
Right.
But like, I put the forks with the forks, the spoons with the spoons.
No,
the
I don't
knives
do
with
that.
Okay,
No.
so that way when I pull the crate out of the dishwasher,
Right.
I set it up, one grab spoons, one grab fork, one grab knife.
No, I don't do that.
And I still have my pizza cutter.
Yeah, you do. See, the
From
thing is,
Shields.
I would have to, have 3 other people do that as well, and I'm just not going to fight that battle. So but if you can get the stuff to the dishwasher, be outstanding. Be outstanding if you could get the stuff to the dishwasher.
Hey guys, so we're gonna put all the knives. Shut up.
Yeah.
Man. We're not doing that.
Have you seen the new Dr. Rick commercial that's out there? And he talks about breaking down the cardboard boxes. He says breaking down cardboard boxes is not fun. It is work. It's the difference between fun and work. Breaking down cardboard boxes is not fun. Tell me about it. Tell every husband about it whose wife refuses to break down the Amazon boxes. Every guy's, yep, he's right.
I mean, it's just a knife to some tape.
It's not hard.
No. Speck's going to lose his mind if he has to keep doing it.
Oh, my God, yes.
I thought he was going to lose it the other day. He's like, I don't know what's going on. It's just box after box after box.
Yeah.
Got that box. So, some trouble in Baltimore. I don't know how much trouble it is because I just don't know the severity of this. But supposedly they are handling the Lamar Jackson injury in a way that is not the way that you should be doing it in the NFL, looking like they might be having to forfeit a pick in the draft. And it said yesterday that, from John Harbaugh in his postgame press conference, it was an honest mistake. So I think everybody was like, oh, Baltimore, they're going to play Lamar Jackson. You got to think about Chicago, right? Okay, we're going to gear up for Lamar Jackson, and this is what we're going to do. And then Snoop plays, right? And the Baltimore Ravens still win because Caleb Williams had a really tough day on the field yesterday as a quarterback, which is maybe another topic you could have if you're a Chicago Bears fan or a Chicago radio host about what is Caleb Williams and what does the future look like for him. But, when you look at this report that comes out and they say that they have to do with accountability to the NFL, to their fans, to Jackson, the 2-time MVP, to whom trust and understanding are paramount, as had not talked to reporters since before he suffered his Week 4 injury against those Kansas City Chiefs. In his absence, speculation from big-name reporters and optimism from Ravens officials have filled the vacuum as they did in 21 and 22. Almost none of it has proved accurate, as was the case in 21 and 22. So before Sunday's shakeup, this season in Baltimore was hard to figure out. Now, ahead of most important game of their season so far, it seems not even the Ravens know what's going on. A franchise, lauded for its stability and wobbling under the weight of its care for its most important player. I don't know what's going on with Lamar Jackson. I don't know what's going on with the situation in Baltimore, but it seems about as murky as it is outside today in Kansas City.
It is a very strange situation, and I'm going to go down a meandering path and take something that I heard from Terry Bradshaw yesterday. Not his conversation with Andy Reid about buying pigs or whatever the hell that thing was that he had yesterday. But
I still don't know.
I have no idea what
I had to
that
put
was.
it down.
Yeah, I watched that live yesterday. And I was watching a little of the pregame show, and all of a sudden Terry Bradshaw's like, I had a call with Andy Reid, and he starts doing it, and then they pan the Strahan, and Strahan's like,
he did the what?
Yeah, like, huh? What is
Pull-out
going
game.
on here right now with what's going on with Terry Bradshaw?
What the hell was that?
But if you missed it, I mean, this is what Terry Bradshaw did yesterday. So whatever that was, right? That's what he said yesterday. But he actually said something that kind of sent me down the road of this could be a legitimate conversation that we're having at the end of the season. Baltimore's not playing great. They won yesterday, right? They're still not playing great. And they're 2-5 as we sit here, 2-5 at the 7-game mark, and they've already had their bye and all that kind of stuff. And they won yesterday. And Snoop Huntley, he played fairly well yesterday, right? It feels like something needs to give in Baltimore right now. And after hearing Terry Bradshaw say during, I guess it was halftime, maybe of some of the early games, or maybe it was in between the games, he said yesterday, he goes, look, you don't really lose much from an offensive standpoint when you replace Lamar Jackson with Huntley. They're kind of that same quarterback, right?
Yeah.
And I think about that, and I listen to that. And I'm like, well, I mean, obviously Lamar Jackson is better than Huntley, but if you're at the end of the season and there's irreparable damage that's taking place between the quarterback and the coach, I mean, maybe you decide it's easier to potentially go out there and find a quarterback. You trade Lamar, get all of those picks back, keep your coach in place, and then move forward with a new quarterback, because obviously something's not working there with the Baltimore Ravens right now. And Brian Mitchell's in studio with our friends in Washington, our sister station in Washington, and played in the league. But you're right there. You guys probably cover this Baltimore stuff. It's bizarre to watch what's going on.
It's very bizarre.
And thanks for coming in, my man.
Oh, no
Appreciate
problem at all.
Yeah.
You know,
Got a nice aroma.
I'm up early all the time. I try to smell good.
What
you
is
know,
that? Is that like,
I go around people,
that
whether
fragrance
ladies
just-
or me, and I don't want to stink. But the thing of it is, you look at Lamar, and I believe a lot of coaches are lazy with Lamar on their team. Like they were lazy with Michael Vick. Andy took Michael Vick and made him into a passer. When he was in Atlanta, he was just a make it happen guy. I think a lot of that happens in Baltimore as well. He is so dynamic that they don't work on correcting the bad things he has. And then when it doesn't work in the game, there are problems. You get into the playoffs and you can't, the other teams say, we're not going to let you run. And they sit back and the coaches never draw up anything to make it better. Then you get Derrick Henry with you, those two guys to be just destroying people, but it doesn't happen. So I don't know what exactly what it is, but I wouldn't want to be the Ravens letting him go and have to play against him.
Right. So would you, if it comes down to it, though, would you let Harbaugh go or would you let Lamar go?
I love John. John's my guy.
Too, yeah.
I played with John. I played for John 3 years. But John is the type of guy where John doesn't have a problem adjusting to make something happen, make it work. So if it gets to a point where one or the other, has to go, more than likely it's going to probably be the player more than likely, not the coach.
Let me ask you this, and then we'll get to the Washington, Kansas City. Are there more good head coaches or good quarterbacks in the NFL?
Ooh. I think it's a lot of horrible head coaches in the league.
I agree. I think 50% of them are useless.
The quarterbacks might be better than the coaches, but there's still not enough very good quarterbacks either.
I think you also look at the situation when you look at, can you get another Lamar or can you get another John Harbaugh? Because what this reminds me of, I know they're from like the same tree. What's happening in Baltimore is reminding me of a lot of what happened in Philadelphia with Andy Reid.
See, you get stale.
Yeah.
Coaches get stale after a while.
And not only that, I'm not saying that he's lost the locker room, but he might have lost the franchise because the defense is clearly not the same. The offense is struggling. Players are getting older. Like your Mark Andrews guy, and we haven't seen likely kind of develop into that role that we thought we'd see. Now Andrews have plagued him a little bit. And Derrick Henry's getting older.
Yeah.
And what's his replacement? Is it Hill? Because we didn't see him at all on Sunday when he was the backup for Derrick Henry. So I think that when you look at this,
it's easier to get another coach than it is to get a quarterback.
I think so.
Of that magnitude.
Right. And he's a two-time MVP winning quarterback.
Yeah.
And I think that sometimes you've got to look at John Harbaugh and say, hey, man, it was fun. It was great. New face, new place. And then maybe he goes, because he'll get hired somewhere immediately.
He will.
And I think that's just kind of the way that situation goes.
You look at Andy coming here.
You ain't drafted a quarterback
it's
this
not
year.
like Andy did not know how to coach when he was in Philadelphia.
Right.
See, the thing about what people don't get sometimes is beyond the coach and the players. In Philadelphia, Joe Banner would not spend money on receivers and linebackers. In this day and age, you don't spend money on receivers and linebackers, you're not winning.
Right.
Tight ends are going to kill you, you're horrible linebackers. And if you don't have receivers, you can't win.
Right.
And when you all of a sudden you get the other GM in there, he went out and got the quarterback. He got the quarterback what he needed. And also they got linebackers that are unbelievable. That's why they were able to go out and win a Super Bowl.
No doubt.
I just think that the GM is vital in all of this.
Yeah.
And sometimes those GM, like JP and I, we always say this is a self-preservation league. You know, the GMs are hiding in the background, and when they're not doing good, everybody blaming the people that they see.
Yeah.
The GM is normally their fault, big time.
What was it?
Oh, good.
Go ahead.
I was going to say that smooth sexual sound that you're hearing is Brian Mitchell here, who does his job with the Washington Commanders. So tonight, B. Mitch, you got Marcus Mariota.
Yeah.
But you got your targets back.
Yeah.
You got Debo and you got Scary Terry back, and it's scary season. What do you want to see out of your offense tonight against this Chiefs defense?
I want to see them establish a run, try to establish the run, but I think it's easier when you have two receivers like Debo and also Terry. They were trying to establish a run in the previous 2 weeks, and you didn't have those two guys on the field. You know, when you don't have them, then people could just crowd the box and say, hey, you got to beat us to run the football. You know, and then when I know you can't run it, I can have 8 people up on the box, and all of a sudden, I'm sending guys from all different directions. You know, you don't know what's going to happen. It's easier when you have all your weapons to do it. And Marcus has proven that he's very, very viable when he comes into a football game. You know, he's not no chopped liver. He was drafted second. Was a Heisman Trophy winner. I've always liked him even when he was back in Oregon. You know, I know Jaden brings a different dynamic to it, but when you get those veteran guys, hell, Marcus was as influential last year in Jaden's success as any coach was. You know, he's right there with him, has already walked those shoes. So I have confidence in him. But the ultimate thing is what Washington's defense could do against the offense of Kansas City.
Which is?
No, I don't know. You know, this is the one where I'm a Louisiana man, so you know I'm a little religious. I've been on my knees a long time.
Well, you got Brian Kelly
help
fired.
us out, baby. Help us out. Because listen, man, I have high respect for Kansas City, and early in the season when things weren't going well, JP, my coach, he'll tell you, I was like, look, man. He's like, well, what do you think, Kansas City? I said, I think they're still top 5, top 10.
Yeah.
He said, but look at their record. I said, don't worry about their record. We used to always say the same thing about New England when they had Tom Brady. And at the end, they were always there. And then at that point, Pat didn't have all of his weapons. And right now, I just think that, you know, just kind of like in Baltimore with Orr, I played with his dad. I'm getting old. And like Witt, you got to find ways to make things happen. You know, people can't always just point fingers at the players. Sometimes it's what you're doing, you know, as a player that makes you be able to go out there and be a little bit more free with it.
All right, you played for Andy Reid and obviously have a great relationship with him.
Yeah.
What's it like being a player for Andy Reid?
I think it's like being in any business where you know your boss has your back. You know, if he says something to you, you can take it as facts. He's not going to BS you. And we know Andy is loyal to a fault with his players. So when players get that, hell, ain't nothing they'll do for you. There's nothing that they wouldn't do for you. And then again, as I told him when I first got there, I watched him. He hires people and he let them do their jobs.
Yep.
You know, I think when you see a coach who's was where I'm looking for, emboldened, giving people the right to go out there and be who they are.
Yeah, empowering them.
He does empower. He does that with his coaches. He does that with his players. He asks the players about plays they want to run, then he puts it into the game plan. You tell me, I'm a former quarterback, and he asked me, B-Mitch, draw up some plays. And he put the plays in.
He did.
You tell me a coach does that to a player, that player don't feel like I have part ownership in this thing. So when you have a coach like that, I told him he was just like Joe Gibbs in my book. I watched how Joe would do it, then I watched Andy. He said, man, those are big words. I said, Coach, I'm saying you ain't Joe Gibbs yet, but you have the same qualities. And I look at him here, you know, Andy's gotten older, but he's in relationship with his players. Like some coaches get older and they lose sight of the players. They can't communicate with them. Pete Carroll's another guy like that. He's the coolest 70-something-year-old man I know in my life. You know? So when you have those coaches that basically, I had a coach tell me as a quarterback, he said, you have to lower yourself and those guys will lift you. And he does that with his players in the same way Joe Gibbs did, and I think that's why he's had so much success.
Look, I'm biased. I think he's the greatest football coach of all time, and the reason I say that is because he's won with whoever's been his quarterback, right? Obviously, he's having great success now, but he's won with anybody that was at that quarterback position. Bill Belichick did not do that, and so
Joe Gibbs did.
Joe Gibbs did. Joe Gibbs was a hell of a coach.
Different quarterback, running back. He knew he'd have offensive line.
Now he just stayed around for a while.
Yeah,
who knows where Joe Gibbs could have been, in the lexicon of things. But But to me, Andy Reid is the best that has ever done it. I mean, he just continues to win and to dominate and to change the game and to be a guy who's 65 years old but acts like he's 35, open to new ideas, constantly evolving. There's nobody better, man.
Yeah, you have to evolve in life if you want to be that way. And the thing about it, like Andy, I call him every year to be on my show, and during the week, whenever we're actually playing him, I'll call. He definitely comes on. And other weeks he will come too. And people ask him, Coach John Thompson asked him, "Why do you come on with this dude?" He say, "Well, a lot of people see football players. This dude helped me run my team." So when a coach shows you that level of respect, and like I said, I've always respected him. So I just hope he just feel some what's the word I'm looking for here? Sympathy in his heart today and say, let me let this team get a win.
Kind of like he did last week against the Raiders and didn't blow them out 57-0, right?
So I want to address this because I know that Washington has had, the history of quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody made a joke the other day on our text line and said that Jaden Daniels is becoming RG4.
Nah.
Do you fear that could happen? Because we saw the great rookie year, and there were a couple injuries along that way throughout that year. And then this year it's been setback, get back, setback. Is there?
I don't think it's anywhere like that. I think the thing with Robert, and he was in a situation where ownership emboldened him to be bigger than the coaches. Robert didn't listen to nobody. Robert was fearing Kirk Cousins.
Mm-hmm.
That's the whole story.
So that's
no matter what people tell you, he feared Kirk Cousins because he knew he couldn't read defenses like Kirk, and he couldn't sit in that pocket and deliver balls. Jaden Daniels can sit in the pocket and deliver balls. I think when we played against Green Bay, they took some cheap shots at him. Mm-hmm. And the referees always say you can't go in the pocket, go at a quarterback's knee. They did, and they never called the flag. And he got hurt in that game. The last week, from myself and Santana watching the game, when that guy hurts one leg, we always waiting for that other leg to come. And he ended up having a hamstring pull. Mm-hmm. But when you start talking about quarterback and work ethic, this guy is like a Pat Mahomes. And I think the thing about right now, Pat get hurt and he still plays because Pat now is established. In Washington right now, they understand not to push this guy too much because one thing about him, he probably would have played every game that he missed if they let him do it. Mm-hmm. You can't let, and like I always say, guys, like John Thompson always said, I'd rather calm a fool than resurrect a corpse. Well, in this sense, they're calming a fool because this dude wants to play. He's more like Allen Iverson than I've seen in my life.
Okay,
the guy wants to play ball. He wants to work. Who shows up at 5:45 in the morning and goes? They have to start giving him the codes and the keys because he was there before the coaches, and he wants to put in work and things like that. He wants to be great at it. I just think that right now, when you put him out there without a Terry, without a Debo, a natural competitor or a natural ball player, they become like, I got to make it happen, and he tries to do too much. When he has his people with him, he's a cheat code.
Mm-hmm. Just like Mahomes. Sean Barber texted us and said that Joe
I was
Banner,
with Sean last night.
You were Sean last night. No, he says Joe Banner definitely refused to pay linebackers. Why I had to leave.
Hey, spoken like a linebacker.
Spoken like a true linebacker. All right, so defensively, you guys are all banged up. I was listening to y'all last week, and you're like, we can't tackle, we can't get turnovers, we can't stop the passing game, or whatever it was. Like, ding, 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 ding. I'm like, oh, my God, what does Washington do well right now?
Listen, man.
Give it to Bill.
I look at football today, and I get disappointed in football, not just Washington. Because right now we're in an era where you can't really practice your craft in practice, and then you get in the game and you expect people to go and do it. I watch guys tackling, but they never touch the ground. I mean, like they're playing keep away from the dirt. I can't stand that. I mean, this is tackle football. I was a running back. I was a quarterback in high school and college.
Mm-hmm. No,
but if you came full speed at me, I'm going to test your mettle. And I'm trying to run through you. And I'm watching guys today, receivers running the ball, and then they just go down. Defensive backs go, and they kind of like jump to the side and try to push the guy. Linebackers not really hitting guys in the chest. Like Ray Lewis will run through.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm just saying, like, if you want to, I would say to be good at football, you got to practice football. And I think the league and the PA needs to look at this and say, let's let them go back a little bit to doing, because too many guys get hurt early on in the season because you go through off season, you go through preseason. No starters really playing preseason. Andy plays his starters sometimes. Most teams don't play their starters. And then all of a sudden, Your first time going full speed, you're in your first game. And look, a boxer, when you get hit, you learn how to move with the punch. When you're playing football, you learn how to go with the tackle. You find ways of helping yourself out. And if you never practice it, then how the hell are you going to do it? And if you're watching the first 4 weeks of the season, how many people we lost? In Washington, we lost them around the league. They have to figure something out with that situation because I believe it's like back in the day when you buy a car, you have to have the break-in period. Well, they really don't have a break-in period. When they start the season, they're going all out. And it's kind of, if people practice going around the track in the Indy car and NASCAR, they go out there and get the car warmed up first. They have to say, they try to see what the car can do. Why on earth we don't think that a human body needs to go do the same thing?
No doubt about it. How many lies did Barbershop give you last night? How many lies did Sean Barber give you last night?
He was telling the truth? Sean was entertaining a bunch of people. I say, Sean, you in Kansas City, but he had all Commander Redskins people with him.
Oh.
But they all live here.
Okay.
That's a weird thing.
Okay.
But I was over at Q39. You got to find some good food when you come in town.
Okay. You got to get hit the cliches, man. Get the barbecue. Is Brian Kelly's accent fake?
100%.
Okay, I just want to make
My
sure.
family, don't worry. He can get another accent now because they're not gonna have. I think did he get fired?
Oh yeah.
He got $54 million.
Hey, I'll take $54 million to go have a fake. He can pick up another accent now.
Yeah, no
he
doubt.
can get a private teacher to come teach him whatever he wants. But when he came out there, my family, come on, dog.
My family.
That's too much talent he has on that team not to win games.
No doubt about it.
Yeah.
How do you see tonight going?
Well, it's kind of hard. You when you look at everything, you would say Kansas City is just gonna go out here and win this game. But you know what? I've seen some stranger things in my day.
No doubt.
So I pull for this team, Washington, and I want to see them go out there. My whole thing is, look, hey man, nobody believe in you. Let it all hang out and see what happens. Sometimes when you just go on the field and you don't try to end the game with something in the tank, empty the damn tank.
No doubt.
That's the only way you can, we've seen heroes made. We've seen legends made when somebody completely counts you out and you come out there and do it. So I'm hoping they give me that type of energy tonight. But if they don't, you're in Arrowhead with Pat. It's kind of hard to beat that.
Last time Marcus Mariota was here, he won a playoff game in Arrowhead.
Well, hey, Marcus, pull back to the history.
He don't got that same ref today.
Pull back to the past.
That's Brian Mitchell. We appreciate the time, man. Have a good night tonight. Enjoy Kansas City.
Mitch.
All right, y'all.
We'll be right back with our Chiefs parlay here on 96.5 The Fan. Your home for Kansas City sports.
Good morning, Kansas City. This is Trent McDuffie, and you're listening to Fesco and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, I'll tell you what, my friends over at QC Kinetics are saying to you guys out there right now, saying to all of us, quite honestly, look beyond that traditional medicine. That's why we're so successful at QC Kinetics, because people with chronic joint pain are learning that there are other options besides steroids, meds, and surgery. And patients fighting pain are getting lasting relief using advanced cellular level treatments. It's QC Kinetics regenerative medicine that can revitalize your joints using growth factors from your own body. And guys, we're talking about a simple injection, not a hospital stay, fast and all natural with no downtime. So if your back or your knees or your shoulders are hurting all the time, explore all of your options. Don't let them tell you more pills or surgery are your only choices. Call QC Kinetics, get a free consultation. Exercise your freedom to look beyond the same old solutions. Thousands of patients across the country are finding a better life with QC Kinetics' amazing regenerative treatments. So call now and get started. 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. Appointments available on Saturdays off 435 in State Line and in Gladstone with QC Kinetics.
Hey, Zach, are you smiling at my gorgeous canyon view?
No, Donald. I'm smiling because I've got something I want to tell the whole world.
Well, do it. Shout it out.
T-Mobile's got home internet.
Whoa, I love that echo. T-Mobile's got home internet.
How much is it?
Look at that, Zach. We got the neighbor's attention.
Just $35 a month. And you love a great deal, Denise.
Plus, they've got a 5-year price guarantee. That's 5 whole trips around the sun.
I'm switching. Me too.
Yes! T-Mobile home internet for the neighborhood.
Donald, you still haven't returned my weed whacker.
Carl, don't you embarrass me like this, please.
What's everyone yelling about?
T-Mobile's got home internet. And Donald's got my weed whacker.
Yes, T-Mobile's got home internet. Just $35 a month with auto pay and any voice line. And it's guaranteed for 5 years.
Beautiful yodeling, Carl.
Taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com/ISP for details and exclusions.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEBNOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Ready, set, Ford. That's what Shawnee Mission Ford is all about, bringing meaning to Ready, Set, Ford. Hey, it's Gold. You know I've been driving a new vehicle thanks to my friends over at Shawnee Mission Ford for over a month now, and they offer their customers the largest discounts on every new vehicle, along with aggressive rebates and top trade-in value, and maybe you're looking for a pre-owned vehicle. You're in luck as well with over 100 pre-owned vehicles to choose from at prices and terms well within any budget. Shawnee Mission Ford is on a mission to do more.
Man, if your stream isn't as strong as it used to be, or you're taking more breaks to the bathroom than the last 2 minutes of a televised football game,
there's another timeout. We'll be back after this.
it's time to get checked. An enlarged prostate, or BPH, could be the cause. And Kansas City Urology Care is here to help. Fast answers, trusted care. Don't wait. Come see Kansas City's largest, most experienced, and most advanced urology team. Visit kcuc.com today. At KCUC, you see the best in KC.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by Gann Asphalt and Concrete. One contractor, all things parking lot. Kansas side, 35 northbound heading into Olathe. Very heavy this morning. You hit delays past Lone Elm. It just crawls all the way up towards 127th Street with an accident blocking the left lane. And I think an accident in the backup before Santa Fe is adding to delays. 70 eastbound still heavy from 110th Street in towards 435 with an accident and construction. The world's coming to Kansas City in 2026. Is your parking lot ready? Faded lines, potholes, unsafe sidewalks. Gann Asphalt and Concrete is your winning team. One contractor, all things parking lot. Visit GannAsphalt.com today. Alan Korn, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
I mean, my God. He looks more and more like Joe Randa with that haircut.
Yeah, he does. Yep.
I'll take it.
It's a good look, man. I was shocked when I saw that this morning. Because I had the radio on, listening to the fantasy stuff.
Heck yeah.
Driving around, driving to row, a quick trip to make bets with all you other suckers out there. I saw it.
That's almost over, though. You got about another month, right?
Sure. Still
You don't think it's going to happen?
I'll believe it when I see it. Yeah, I'll believe it when it happens. But yeah, it's another edition this Sunday because I think the Chiefs play at 3:25. So Mac will be on at 9:00 this Sunday for your fantasy. Anybody that sticks out tonight fantasy wise? Because obviously the must starts are the obvious. Like you're starting Worthy, you're starting Rice, you're starting Kelsey, you're starting Merritt, you're starting Debo, and starting
probably Terry McLaurin still.
You got to.
Yep.
Right. Unless you're just loaded. But is there somebody that we're not mentioning? Like, is this a Tyquan Thornton stream week? Is this a...
Yeah, I think Bob maybe mentioned in his script if you're in like a deep league and you're in need of a running back, Brashard Smith could be a play tonight. Like if you don't have Pacheco or Kareem Hunt, like Brashard Smith could be a guy. On the other end, not Bill Merritt to me because the Chiefs do so well against running backs. Would not play Krosky Merritt tonight.
I am worried about that guy playing tonight because I have him on my squad. I'm like, I don't really have anybody else because half my squad's on a bye this week.
There's a lot of buys this week, right? Six teams on a bye. That's a big number, yeah.
Every year, this is the killer week.
Would you rather just have them shut the league down for a week and give everybody the same bye week at the middle of the year like the All-Star break?
Textline loved that idea last week that you had.
Yeah, just shut it down for a week, right?
A lot of people said one AFC week, one NFC week, which I don't
mind
mind either.
that. Yeah, I don't hate that at all. But I mean, if you're going to do it and you want to do it the right way, and you really talk about player safety, which is a scam in the NFL, that's the biggest joke. After looking at that Pittsburgh field the other day, I mean, that thing was like that looked like worse than the municipal courts out at wherever. I mean, like that was a municipal fairway that they had out there in Pittsburgh last night. All the divots were filled in with sand and all this kind of stuff. And we're going to talk about player safety in this league. Then maybe it's the best for everybody. Just halfway through the season, like after Halloween, the first Sunday after Halloween, when it's daylight savings time, we're turning the clocks back and everybody's groggy and everybody's body clock is messed up anyway. Give everybody that week off and then, have kind of your all-star break and then restart this thing again the second Sunday in November and just have one bye week where everybody's off the same. There's nobody that has an advantage, nobody that has a disadvantage, and you give everybody just that same week off. Everybody can catch their breath and then get back at it for the second half of the season and have a true first half and second half of the season in the NFL.
Or everybody gets two.
Well, that's coming, with the 18-game schedule and whatnot, because next year the Super Bowl is the Sunday of President's Day weekend. So they're getting us ready for that 18-game schedule. Daytona 500 had to change their date because they didn't want to go head-to-head with the Super Bowl next year. Wow. So they moved their date. And the NFL's Super Bowl next year is the Sunday before President's Day. So everybody's going to have President's Day. Personally, being selfish, I hate that. I absolutely effing hate that. Because as a Chiefs fan, we're always in the Super Bowl. And as somebody that works in this business, we ain't getting that day off. So keep the holiday before President's Day. Or the Super Bowl before President's Day. I'm being selfish on this one.
Speaking of holidays, someone had chimed in on the text line because we know this is the week of Halloween. If I can be a little bit of annoying, why were we doing Halloween this weekend?
Because it's over next weekend.
So you have 2 weekends now of Halloween?
Basically, yeah.
Thought the same thing.
I was like, we're doing trick-or-treating and trunk-or-treat on the weekend before, but Halloween's on a Friday.
Look, dude, there's a bunch of towns in New Jersey right now that want trick-or-treating done on Thursday. And like 5 or 6 towns in Ocean County, New Jersey have moved trick-or-treating to Thursday, which makes no sense to me whatsoever. Friday's the perfect day for kids to go trick-or-treating. You don't have to get up in the morning and go to school.
Exactly.
So these people in their infinite... Now, I will say this. In New Jersey, there's something called Mischief Night. And that was always the night before Halloween. You went out and you TP'd houses and all that kind of stuff.
So high schoolers go crazy a little bit.
Yeah, and it's only in New Jersey. I've never seen it anywhere else. It's like a New Jersey holiday. So maybe they're trying to stem that a little bit, but I don't know why you would want kids in elementary school trick-or-treating on a Thursday when this holiday sets itself up for a Friday. It's stupid.
My buddies and I, we golfed on Saturday, and we came because I brought this up with them, and we came up with a conclusion on when Halloween should be. Make it the last Friday in October.
There's nothing wrong with that at all.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
Why not?
We observe every other holiday out there with the exception of Christmas, right?
And Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving, yeah. But that's not it's a fourth Thursday in November. It's never a set date or anything like
Halloween
that.
on a Friday, you can knock 2 things out. You can have your kids go out and trick or treat with because that's what a lot of my friends do nowadays is all their kids will meet up at somebody's house. They'll go through their neighborhood and they'll walk around, cocktails in hand. Some guys got cocktails at the door, and then bring all the kids back, let them do their candy stuff, and then have your adult Halloween party at the house. And you're already in costume.
Yep.
And then Saturday, You got the whole day. If you don't handle the next day very well, then you got the day to rest. Or you have kids, soccer and football and basketball and volleyball and all that stuff. But I do think Halloween should be the last Friday of the year, or of October. But somebody brought this up from the 913. How do you guys feel about Halloween parties at work? I personally am excited to arrive at work as Gandalf the Grey.
Let's go.
But there seems to be minimal participation. What are you guys going to wear for your Halloween costume?
I'm not a Halloween guy. I'm nothing. You're going to look at it's Red Friday.
Yeah,
Red Friday, that's what you're dressing up as?
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to have Chiefs gear on. It's Friday, and so...
You should come into work as Spec.
I should, yeah, exactly. Look confused and like, what is going on?
Hello, America.
We should all just dress up as different versions of Spec.
Yeah. What are you? I'm Spectre today.
I'm Inspector.
A lot of depression. God.
Yeah, Halloween's is not my whatever. It is what it is.
I love it.
Do you?
I think it's fun, but you're going to dress up, you said?
I will, yeah. I'll have a costume on Friday. And then I'm that guy, man. I live in an older neighborhood. I have the candy outside the door. We release it. But speaking of candy, we made a lot of money to buy that candy this past week with our NFL parlay.
Yep.
Bob had Jackson Dart over 0.5 passing touchdowns. Smash. That hit. I had Jamar Chase over 7.5 receptions. Smash. That hit. He had 11. And Mac had Drake May for over 223.5. That hit. You pulled them all together for one 3-leg parlay. It was plus 383, fellas. Let's stay hot.
Yeah.
Bob, what's your leg of your Chiefs parlay, which is brought to you by Circa Sports? Sports betting the way it should be is coming soon to Missouri with Circa Sports. Bob, what is it?
Kelsey, anytime touchdown. Okay. Let's go. Yeah. It's tight end day, baby. Let's get this thing going.
You know it is because Kittle was mad he got robbed of his second tight end.
I know. These guys play big on tight end day. Travis is going to have a day.
Okay.
I agree. I'll stick right there. Kelsey over 3.5 catches, minus 136. Let's do it.
All right.
And I'm going to take Juju Smith-Schuster over 15.5 yards. Again, one play. Put all three of those together, plus 380. The one we won in the NFL this past week, plus 383. Coincidence? Ooh. I think not. Keep riding the hot hand, man. You know Travis getting in there tonight. You know he is.
Yes, he is.
I mean, come on. I think, didn't Mark Andrews score a touchdown? Kate Otten scored a touchdown.
Almost. They called it back.
Oh, they did call it back because he said it was down at the 1.
It was on my whiteboard. It was on my bets.
Tucker Kraft went nuts last night.
Yeah, he did.
Tight end.
Great day.
Right? So let's see if Travis Kelce can keep the trend going. Again, it's Max got Kelce over 3.5 receptions. I've got Juju Smith-Schuster over 15.5 yards. And Bob has Travis Kelce anytime touchdown. All three put together for a parlay is plus 380. And that is brought to you by Circa Sports. Sports betting the way it should be is coming to Missouri soon with Circa Sports. On the other side, you can't play scared. Keep being the man of the jam in the Kansas City Chiefs roster here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
Good morning, Kansas City. This is Nick Bolton, and you're listening to Fresco and Dusty on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan.
Brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Well, are you looking to build your future in a fun, exciting way where you can make some good money and do awesome things? Well, then the Sheet Metal Workers may be for you. Maybe you're just getting out of high school. Maybe you're looking for a career change. Maybe you're graduating college and you're thinking to yourself, man, what can I do? What's fun? Working for the Sheet Metal Workers is awesome. They got their pre-apprenticeship program going on right now, and it's a paid opportunity, $24.55 an hour to start. And then after 3 months, you're up to $27.27 an hour, and they're going to kick in health coverage for your family at no cost to the employee at all. And the Sheet Metal Workers do so many different things around town. They do industrial sheet metal. You've seen HVAC, installation, service and repair, all sheet metal worker union guys, and the architectural sheet metal. They've designed the top of Bartle Hall, the Kaufman Performing Arts Center, and the Crown at Kaufman Stadium. So if that sounds like something you may be interested in, get in touch with them today. From seasoned professionals to those with no experience, the Sheet Metal Workers cater to everybody and offer career training, job security, and a path to advancement. So check them out now at sheetmetal2.org. That's sheetmetal2.org.
This is the run my own business dream. This is the college is paid for dream. This is the retire early dream. This is Busey, where your dreams and possibilities become moments. Through trusted guidance and expertise, through lifelong relationships. Because we're here to help you achieve the life you've always envisioned. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
Hey, football fans, tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL. Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by the Home Depot. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
Hey, football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown in the game, but his teammate scores instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. With BetMGM's second chance offer, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first TD score wager with confidence today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Kansas only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
Lowe's knows you want to spend less time shopping and more time on the job site. Bulk savings on trusted brands means big savings and more time on the job. Get up to 25% off select drywall when you buy in bulk. Buy more and save to make sure you're prepared for any job. Lowe's. We help. You save. Selection varies by location.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Brought to you by Gomer's. 5 locations in the KC Metro or online at gomers.com.
Want to know something scary good? Gomer's is scary good. They've been voted the #1 KC liquor shop since the beginning of voting for KC liquor stores. Really, Gomer's Fine Wines and Liquors. 5 locations and family owned since 1969.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
East side, 435 southbound heavy from Blue Parkway down past 63rd with an accident. 71 northbound slows at 75th Street, just crawls up towards Meyer with a wreck reporting. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan. Traffic.
This is your home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan, KFNC FM and AM HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, an Odyssey Sports Station.
Yo. Somebody says, am I going to go as a Richard for Halloween? No, I do that every single day I show up to work. I love dressing up for Halloween at work. I dress up as the character from the Full Monty. I work from home, so my wife can't sue me for nudity. Somebody said, add Noah Gray for a touchdown tonight. Yeah, I'm dressing up as the Karate Kid going to the Halloween dance, a shower with a Chargers jersey on. Oh, and my 11-year-old daughter is going as the bully skeleton. I've never seen Karate Kid. Should I watch that movie?
Yeah, it's a good one.
That's the Mr. Miyagi wax on, wax
movie,
off?
Yeah, absolutely.
Both, right?
Nah, you just watch the first one.
That's fair.
I've never seen either one of them. But yeah, I don't know. No, I'll wear my costume on Friday. It'll be in studio. It's gonna be hot, probably. Not me hot. A costume.
No, always. Come on
now.
Am I right?
2 guys, 2 haircuts. New podcast coming soon. So yeah, Chiefs tonight, Washington Commanders at Arrowhead, Monday Night Football. It's always kind of different, kind of feels cool, right? Buck Aikman on the call tonight. So a lot of people will be listening to 96.5 The Fan, the radio call that starts 3 hours ahead of the kickoff game. So Josh Briscoe will be on with pregame and postgame tonight. And then Chiefs will play right here on 96.5 The Fan. Long show for Carrington Day, 2 to 4.
Yep. How many pens do you think he'll blow up in his mouth today?
I don't know. He blew up one the other day because it was all over the
huge ink stain.
I created a spot. It's
Show
called,
the camera so the people watching at home can see what you had to create so you didn't get ink stain today.
Yeah, it's called C-Dot's Pen Spot.
Yeah.
Because it looked like he neutered an octopus when I came in.
That's what he said. He goes, what happened here? Did somebody eat an octopus? And there's ink everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's just deplorable, really. Like squid ink pasta is actually pretty good. But you're going to Spain right here in a week or so, right? Squid ink. Eat it.
Okay.
Enjoy it. Yeah.
Sweet.
Love the hell out of it. It'll be good for you.
Give me more stuff to try. Yes.
Rabbit.
Okay. Wait, really? In
Paella,
Spain?
yeah.
Okay.
I'm just thinking about all the stuff we ate when I was growing up, and I lived next to people who were from Spain, first generation Americans, right?
Oh,
They
wow,
were raised
that's cool.
over there, and then they came. And my friend growing up, Nino, he was a first generation, American, right? And so we'd go eat paella all the time. Was just tremendously awesome. So you'll have the opportunity. We ate rabbit. They would raise these rabbits, and as kids, we thought, oh my God, you're killing Peter Cottontail. Rabbit's not bad. It's kind of a chickeny flavor type thing,
Chicken.
Try it. Don't say you're not going to try something because it sounds weird, because you may like it. There's things over the years you're like, and then you try like, oh, that's pretty good.
You might in February.
Like Dusty.
Yeah. Hey-o. In early February, we're all going to try a Bad Bunny, and we're going to find out if we like it or not.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah. Don't be a boomer and go, I don't like that.
No, everything and anything. I'm so excited.
Yeah. So, just eat everything. It'll be awesome for you.
Somebody says, wait, what? Dusty can basically quote any 90s movie but has never seen Mr. Miyagi or Danielson?
Well, that's from the 80s.
Thank you.
I mean, that's early 80s, that movie. Like, I was a kid in the theaters at that one.
Now, I will say this. I've seen Three Ninjas. That's a great movie.
Is that the one with Chris Farley in it?
No, that's Beverly Hills Ninja.
Oh, okay.
I am Haru, the great white ninja, and you are not Sally Jones. Chet Walters, who shot the couch, am I right? Anyways, another 90s movie that we're getting way off tack. But you shouldn't be scared tonight. I know Mitch Holtis told us the other day it's scary season. It's that time of the year where teams kind of dissipate one way or accelerate the other way. The Indianapolis Colts have not let their foot off the gas pedal. They are continuing to move. And that's why I say that, because that is the anomaly of what is going on. The Indianapolis Colts are going to be that car on the trip that are going to be able to afford to stop halfway through their destination, get some rest overnight. They have the time to do that. The Kansas City Chiefs, unfortunately, because they dropped that game in Jacksonville, dropped that game to Philadelphia, they've got to drive straight through the evening. They got to keep going. They can't look at this as, and they won't, because it's Andy Reid, it's Patrick Mahomes, it's all these guys that control this team from GM to quarterback to defensive coordinator, all of them. But this isn't a game that I think should scare people, because I know there will be people, my father's probably included into this, that it feels like a trap game. That doesn't exist with this team. It might exist for a team like Pittsburgh. It might exist with a team like Green Bay when they lost to Cleveland. I don't know. But this is a game where this record can't indicate that, because the Chiefs are 4-3. They are third in the AFC West. They've got to win this game just to be at the same record with the Los Angeles Chargers, who have the tiebreaker over you because of head-to-head. You'll get that rematch again later on. And Denver's still winning. And Indianapolis is still winning. Pittsburgh did you a favor last night and lost and gave you a chance to sneak back up in there.
Yep.
We will see what happens. Jacksonville on a bye this week. They didn't play, so irrelevant. But this is a game that I don't think that can be scary, because you've got to keep going. Stay above 500. Don't look back. Stay focused. Don't lose that focus. Keep gelling on offense. Keep gelling on defense. Keep being that team that everybody else now has flipped the script on and said, this is the most dangerous team. This team that's not in the playoffs currently. This team that's one game over 500. This team that everybody thought might have been the down year of the dynasty, and now everybody says Mahomes is the MVP favorite. The Chiefs are the AFC favorite. The Chiefs are the Super Bowl favorite. Let that continue to move, because the real stretch and the real scary season starts next week and carries on for about all the way through week 12.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, like, every team in the NFL is poised for a bad game. Like, no matter who you are, no matter what team you are, no matter who your quarterback or coach are, you're going to have those bad games. Chiefs have a bad game every single year. It just depends on when that bad game
Week
is.
5, 2025.
That's right. That's exactly right. We've had that bad game already, and they know. It's like, you asked earlier about, Rashee Rice and getting him back. Would you rather have had him for the first 6 weeks or, getting him, having him suspended now for the next 6 weeks? I'd rather have that bad game out out of the way in week 5 against the Jacksonville Jaguars that the Chiefs had. Because, again, they have one of these every single year. Last year, it happened to be the Super Bowl. The year before that, it was the Raider Christmas Day game. It was the Tennessee Titan game. It was the drive the bus around the stadium game, right? We have seen these games every single year from Andy Reid and the Kansas City Chiefs. The good news is they've already had that game, and they've realized early. They got punched in the face early, right? And so they're that heavyweight fighter that got punched in the face early, got knocked down early, and they understand, all right, we don't have any more room for error. Let's go now assert ourselves. And so that's why I'm glad that Jacksonville game is already out of the way. It's already taken place, because that was the quintessential what are we doing here game that this organization has every single year. I don't necessarily think that was a trap game at that point in time. That was just we let our foot off the gas. It was a great learning moment for everybody, for Andy Reid, for Patrick Mahomes, for Steve Spagnuolo, for all the guys on defense. They now know we can't take our foot off the gas, and we've got to continue to push as much as we possibly can until that clock reads all zeros at the end. And so I think that Jacksonville game was more of a learning moment than anything. And look, I think they learned their lesson, as they've shown by the last 8 quarters, and let's continue that tonight.
I think it's good that you say learning lesson, because if you look at that Jacksonville game, can we knock it down to about 3 plays?
Yeah.
And I think they're all 3 self-inflicted.
Yeah.
The dropped interception, the kick out of bounds, and the lack of effort on the last play of the game.
Mm-hmm.
Now, do they still score? Maybe. But again, you look at when you had the ball with 16 seconds left, and maybe 50% of the fan base is going, we're all right. We got 16 seconds. We got Mahomes. And what happened on that drive? Mahomes throws that same play over the middle, and it hits Hollywood Brown on the shoulder pad because he's a millisecond off. And you lose that game by 3 points.
Right.
And you kick the ball out of bounds. We haven't seen that since. Harrison Butker seems to have figured something out within that 2-week span.
Mm-hmm.
You dropped interception, which could have changed the complete dynamic of the game. Trevor Lawrence throws a pin drop throw to Brian Thomas Jr., who since that game has been irrelevant and now being called upon about a trade,
right?
Which is insane to me that they're willing to do that. I don't know if maybe I'm the only one in that field, but 2 years in the league and you're already like, this guy's out.
Well, it's just you got a new coach and you got to find out who's on board and who's not. And if you have a guy in your locker room, regardless how good he is, and he's not on board, you send him to Miami.
And I don't know if that's the case of why he's getting this sort of treatment or why that's what's been interesting. I don't know if he's a locker room problem. I know he has a drop problem this year. That's a very efficient stat there for him. Not efficient, but that's a very evident stat there for him. But I think that when you look at this game and you look at that, what you said, learning experience, the Chiefs know and always do know what they are, who they are, and what they can be. And when those games happen, those games are more piercing to their team's soul because, you can get absolutely blanked 52-14 and be like, what the hell was that?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that was just an anomaly of a game. That was a weird game.
What the hell was that?
Right. You lose 31-28 and you go back and it's like me on the golf course. I shot 87. Okay. 83 was out there. Why didn't you shoot it? Because you hit one ball out of bounds. You missed a putt that you should have made. You duffed a chip. You did this. And you go back and think about that and you're like, man, that really was there. That was a win on the table. And you let Jacksonville just kind of inch their way back.
You also had 13 penalties in that game, right? And
thing.
how many have they had since? 4 in 2 games or something like that?
Not penalized against
5
Detroit.
maybe,
Yeah, did not get penalized against Detroit.
And
they
had 5 against the Raiders.
5 against the Raiders. And so here we sit now, right, with the Chiefs figuring it out. This is why I said all along, Andy Reid will get this thing figured out. And if you're watching this and you were in panic mode, you shouldn't have been, because they always figure things out. And he had, how many come to Jesuses has Andy had already this season with individual players? Definitely Juwan Taylor. Isaiah seems like he had kind of a meeting with Andy Reid. Maybe the entire offensive line had that kind of come to Jesus meeting with Andy Reid, and every time he sat somebody down and talked to them, they've been outstanding. It's unbelievable. Brian Mitchell sat in here, his former player, and told us, you don't want to let Andy down. He's got your back, and so you're going to go work hard for them. Juwan Taylor had that come to Jesus. Andy goes, I've had your back all this time, and this is what you're doing now? Juwan Taylor's been outstanding since then.
Somebody asked what Frank White's going for as his Halloween costume this year. They said, I bet it's a recall ballot. That's awesome. That is
If he really had some fun, he would.
He should go as like the second baseman for the Kansas City Royals in the 80s when he was liked.
40 years ago today, the Royals won the World Series over the Cardinals.
40 years
Last
ago
time people
today.
liked Frank White.
Oh, boy. That's tough. That's tough. Coming up, we had Brian Mitchell in here, and what did he teach us, and what did we learn here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fesco and Dusty. Tune in to hear former Chiefs linebacker Derek Johnson every Monday at 7:20, right here on your home for Chiefs football, 96.5 The Fan. Fesco and Dusty is brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
Hey guys, it's Dusty Likens. Let me tell you about my friends over at GiveMeTheVin.com, because I'm sure you've got a car that you're trying to get rid of. Well, I can tell you how to do it easily with GiveMeTheVin.com, because they want to buy your car, whether it is your daily driver pickup truck, SUV, minivan, supercar, or exotic. So say goodbye to dealing with all those dealerships and private sale tire kickers and get a true buy offer for your car. GiveMeTheVin.com puts your car right on the money, providing you with a hassle-free online option to sell your car for more. It's as simple as going to GiveMeTheVin.com and entering your car's VIN number or license plate number. You'll get an offer on your car in minutes. That is way above any dealer quote. You can go to one of their pickup locations, or they'll even come to you. It's as easy and it's fast. GiveMeTheVin.com is America's best car buyer. Hit it, boys.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
You could be on the 50 at GEHA Field for the official coin toss at a Chiefs home game this season. Enter to win at Chiefs.com/GEHA. GEHA is the proud partner of the Kansas City Chiefs.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done, with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
1 in 8 women will face breast cancer. But the Breast Cancer Research Foundation is changing that. With breakthroughs in prevention and treatment, we're not just saving lives, we're rewriting the future, giving those diagnosed more time to not just survive, but thrive. This is the moment. This is the mission. Support breast cancer research. Until 1 in 8 is none in 8.
Chumba Casino brings non-stop fun straight to your screen. Anytime, anywhere. Explore hundreds of games like slots, blackjack, and instant scratch-style cards. Sign up to unlock your free welcome bonus and daily login bonuses. And enjoy your chance at exciting prizes without spending a thing. Just click, play, and enjoy the ride. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
Hi, I'm Nancy Cartwright. You may know me better as the voice of Bart Simpson. On Simpsons Declassified, we're diving into the mysteries that keep the Simpsons forever young. Have you ever wondered how the Simpsons regularly predicts future events? Who better to ask than the show's creators, performers, and writers, the celebrity guests? Be sure to follow and listen to Simpsons Declassified wherever you get your podcasts.
It's football season and snacking season, and nothing goes better with football and snacking better than Daisy Dips. And now Daisy came out with a delicious Daisy French onion dip and a Daisy ranch dip, and these are a game changer. From chips to wings to veggies, they all go better with Daisy Dips. And I love dipping pretzels into the Daisy French onion dip. It's amazing. And the best part, these are delicious as homemade dips because they're made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you find in your own kitchen. Look for Daisy Dips at a grocery store near you.
I'm Mitch Holtis, voice of the Kansas City Chiefs. Choosing the best doctor for your eyes is one of the most important medical decisions you'll ever make. Whether you're considering blade-free LASIK, all laser cataract surgery, and premium lens implants, or want a world-renowned doctor to help with your glaucoma, macular degeneration, dry eyes, or diabetes, trust my doctor, Dr. Steven Silverstein. Call Silverstein Eye Centers to make an appointment, 816-358-3600. Experience the best eye care in Kansas City.
Today,
Expect patchy fog with cloudy conditions and a high of 57.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the DM Injury Law Studios. Mike's got this.
Coming up in about 30 minutes, we'll get to our brioche of the weekend. Got a good feeling I know what everybody's brioche of the weekend is going to be without knowing it.
Has to be the weather.
I actually don't hate this. I'm not going to lie. I kind of enjoy this. At least it's fall.
Do you? Yeah.
It's not 30 degrees. If it was like 30 degrees in this,
right,
where they're going to be like, oh, possible freezing on that, I'd be like, damn it, dude. But this, by the way, is not going anywhere until after like Wednesday afternoon. So... But at least it's fall.
Settle in.
You know, tonight, I'd like to know what people are making for the game tonight. If you're not going, Mac and I are going to have mashed potatoes on ice and chicken strips and cheese sauce at halftime. Can't wait.
Like that.
Will not step on the scale tomorrow morning. No, I'm kidding. Maintain. But no, it seems like a good, I think I saw a lot of friends send me pictures this weekend because we like to send our food pics to each other. And obviously sometimes I get overboard with it on socials, but good pot roast night. You know, if you have if you got an angel at your house and she threw that thing in the oven before she left and you come home today at like 5 and you go, oh my, pot roast evening, chili evening, soups. Maybe you're doing burgers. Maybe you just go pizza tonight. I don't know, but I'd like to know what people are doing for this sort of weather, for this sort of game tonight on a Monday night.
Sitting on a couch under a blanket. You know, it's the perfect. Yeah, it's the perfect night for something like that.
Saw some homemade chicken noodle soups last night. I think my sister made that.
Nice.
Yeah, I had Casey's Pizza last night.
That's a good one. Yeah,
I love it, man.
Casey's Pizza is dynamic.
It's underrated, and you can get it. You can get it party cut. Did you know that? You can get it like little squares.
Oh, you can if you wanted to.
Don't feel as bad.
I like that.
Oh, I kind of like squares. All
Love
right.
square
Nice.
pizza.
Yes.
There you go.
Love the squares.
I'll just have a little square or something like that. Yeah, that
And a little
tavern style in
triangle that's
Chicago,
like that
which is a
big.
crust at the end is always the good piece. Yes,
It's great.
yeah.
It's chicken.
Because the triangle piece and the square pizza really doesn't count as a piece because it's just there at the end.
Yep.
It needs to go.
I don't know if I had 2.5 pieces last night or 4.
Yeah.
I just know there were 4 squares on my pizza, on my plate, and they were delicious. Pepperoni and sausage. But we did get some information over the weekend per Nate Taylor on Josh Simmons. Seems like what Andy and all of them have said us in a vague way, even though that's how they want to say it, taking care of business, family sort of thing, left pregame or right before a game on a plane to go back home to San Diego. Sounds like his return will be in the coming weeks. You look at the schedule and you say, okay, next coming weeks, there's a bye. Surely that might be a time frame. Again, don't know a whole lot of details. If you need to look for anything, just go find at Nate Taylor on X. And that was basically what his report said, that they have been in communication with the young man. He was taking care of business. It was family, they say, and he'll be back in the coming weeks. So that's what we know about the Josh Simmons situation. The other thing that kind of stings, no pun intended, about tonight, Trey Smith doubtful, lower back injury. Maybe they're looking at this. It's like, hey, we trust Caliendo for a game. Everybody else has kind of stepped up in this season so far because Caliendo tonight, most likely for Trey Smith. Trey Smith's doubtful for tonight. And then you'll have, again, the guys on the outside, Jalen Moore and Juwan Taylor.
Yeah, I think in a game like this with a defense like Washington's right now, which isn't great, you probably take the precautionary route with Trey Smith. When we were talking to B. Mitch earlier, he was talking about Jalen Daniels, and he's like, if that's Patrick Mahomes, he's probably playing tonight, right? And I think that's kind of where we are with Trey Smith. If this is a playoff game or something of that nature, there's probably a good chance he's going in this game tonight. But look at the weather outside right now, right? You got the second half of the season beginning after tonight. You got a hell of a road to go. If you got to take a night off and let that back, kind of rest a little bit and not flare up, I think it's the right thing to do because, with a back injury, man, these things are so, I'm trying to think of the word that I'm looking for, so tough to deal with because you just don't know what's going to happen. And so they know it's not a long-term injury thing, and that's the good news with all of this, but it may be something that does need a rest. And maybe you rest them against Buffalo next week and then get the bye week, and now you're ready to go for the second half of the season because you just never know with a back. They know and believe that they escaped anything serious with Trey Smith. Now it's just rest and treatment and see, when this thing can get back because it's a spasm, as they've called it.
Because the last time we saw somebody in town that was an athlete have back spasms, it was Bobby Witt Jr.
Yeah.
And it was, 3 or 4 games? Obviously does not play right guard in the NFL, but does swing a bat with a ferocious speed.
Yeah.
So that's still one of those, you just have to, let it do it, right? You can't, if you try to go too quick, you're going to get hurt again because I think it was Trey Hendrickson had a hip injury going into the game this weekend against the Jets and was good to go for the game and then re-aggravated. And now by trying to push him in that role to play this game, now he's going to cost you more games by just letting one game be the issue. So hopefully Trey can get that thing set up. But again, it's a lower back and it's spasm. They flare up. Everybody that's 25 and older has had a back, well, maybe not Mac, but everyone that's 25 and older has had some sort of a back spasm.
Yeah.
And you know what it is. It's one of those things where you have to lay just right. When you stand up, you got to go slow. When you sit in your chair, you got to put the pillow back there. You got the heating pad, whatever it is. Just get it right and take the time to do it because, again, like I said, weeks 9, 10, 11, 12 are maybe even 13 are dynamite matchups.
Well, and the other thing, too, it's not, I hate to use the term serious, but it's a back spasm. It's not a ripped disc. It's not a busted knee. It's one of these, it just needs to rest and kind of let itself breathe a little bit. And once it's back and he's ready to go, he'll be fine. But that's what, you talk about when you say they escaped like what they thought was, oh my God, a serious situation. It's a back spasm. And however long that lasts is however long that lasts. And, Brian Mitchell, when he was in studio earlier, also was talking about Daniels, and he goes, maybe it's not the leg that's hurt, it's what's going to happen to that other leg because you start favoring that other side as well. And that's a situation that you have to think about with Trey Smith also, is that, okay, maybe you start favoring this and then it messes up something else. Because as you know, when you start favoring anything and then you put more stress and whatever on the other side, you can absolutely injure that as well. So if you got to take a couple of days, a couple of weeks to get that thing where it's not spasming anymore, then let's do that. It's better to be safe than sorry right now.
What do you guys want to see more tonight? Do you want to see the defense be absolutely locked down, nails, tough as hell to get anything going against? Or do you want to see the offense that Danon Hughes and Brian Mitchell have both said, I pray to stop it?
Yeah, I want to see the defense go well because I'm confident in the offense, right? I know the offense is going to be there. I know they're going to go out there and score their 30 points a game roughly, right now is kind of where we sit. And so
31 and a half the last 4 weeks is what they're averaging.
Yeah, so they're scoring 31 a game. Can Washington put up 30 points in this game? I don't think so. And so when you're starting with like a 28 to 30 lead every single night now, which is what the Chiefs are doing, I'm all about this defense, keeping Washington honest, because each possession that you stop them is one less possession, obviously, that they're going to have. But when you're down by 4 scores because the Chiefs are putting up 28, 30 points per game, every possession in which you don't score becomes even bigger and becomes more important. And so I want to see this Chiefs defense go out there in the 9 or 10 possessions that they're going to get on the defensive side of the ball and hold them without points for probably 6 of them. If you give up, 4 scores, a field goal, a couple of touchdowns, it's not that big a deal. It really isn't. And so I think as long as you hold Washington to 27 and under, you're going to be fine. Any opponent to 27 and under moving forward, and you're going to be fine. It's just, can Washington's offense combat a 4-touchdown deficit before the game even kicks off?
Yeah, I guess I'm yearning more for that offensive production consistently because that's what we've talked about for 2 years. Like, oh, high flying. Oh, it's high octane. We're going to score a lot of points. And we've finally gotten a little taste of it. I would just hate to not see that again tonight. And even if they don't score 30, I still want to see it just look efficient, look quality, look easy. I don't really care about the number of points, depending on context, can be 20 or be 35 as long as the offense looks like it's explosive and high octane. Because I'm thinking about the rest of the AFC, thinking about the rest of the NFL right now. What would help this Chiefs team go to February more? Obviously, the defense is going to be the defense. Offense has got to be good. Both have to be good. But I would rather have the elite offense right now when I look at the rest of this AFC because there's not a defense that I'm even slightly scared of. If this offense can go up and go 35 every night, they're walking through the playoffs.
What makes you think they can't at this point? They've done it for the last 4 games, right? I mean, and against some good teams. I know Detroit was banged up and whatnot, and Jacksonville was their thing, but, 37 against the Baltimore Ravens and holding them to essentially 13, in that game. I think the offense is there. I think the offense is just going to get better. I need the defense to maintain the success that they've had because for the last 2 years, the defense carried this team, guys, and so I want them to get a little bit of a break where they don't have to go out there every single night and get a stop. If they can just keep teams to 28 or fewer, that's going to make the defense play better as well. Knowing this offense is going to put up 30 plus, you have the opportunity to be more aggressive and have more fun and get out there and do things.
Yeah, I want to see the offense just continue to gel as like a dominant force because one thing that we do know in the NFL, what moves the needle and what sells your I guess your standard in the league is how good is your offense, right? People aren't giving up on Dallas yet this season. They have maybe the worst defense in the NFL, but why are they not giving up on Dallas? Because their offense is great. Dak and CeeDee and Pickens and Williams and all these guys are rolling, so they're like, Dallas is never out of a game. We look at the Kansas City Chiefs, and Rashee Rice comes back. You have Hollywood Brown, Xavier Worthy, Travis Kelce, and that three-headed backfield with Smith, Pacheco, and Hunt. I want to see them start to gel because I know more so than almost become a solid in that sort of in regard to where it's like, I'm like you. I want to be as confident to know that when the Chiefs go out there on offense, there are going to be at least 4 drives that are going to come away with points. Whether it's 3 or 7, mostly 7, it would be beautiful. But knowing that, because then you can kind of, if so facto towards your defense. Because if you're like, hey, we're going to put up 27 tonight, guys, easily. Trust us. Just don't give up 28. And you look at that defense, and you're like, okay, they've given up 28 points in one game this year, and that was in that Jacksonville game. Or they gave up, they gave up 31 in that Jacksonville game, right? That's the most points they've given up all year. 27, 20, 9, 20, 31, 17, 0. So, and again, I think that we're both
unbelievable.
And that's why I look at this conversation piece right here because, what has shown you more trust this year, the defense or the offense?
Well, it's the defense right now.
Because we haven't seen the full offense.
Right, exactly.
And so what I want to see more of that is I trust that defense. Whereas, I want to have that same confidence I have in Spags and Bolton and Chanel and Tranquil and McDuffie and Jones and all those guys. I want to have that same confidence that I can put into that offense where I know it's there. I know it's there. But I'm a see it to believe it type of guy where I'm like, okay, Rashee Rice, 40% of the snaps, 10 targets, 7 catches, 2 touchdowns. That was a get right game per se.
Right.
Didn't play the fourth quarter. Now it's a game where it's like, okay, do that again. Let's see 65% of the snaps, and let's see the same sort of kind of rhythm that offense had because it was fun watching that offense pre-snap from a far up spot and seeing guys whistling back and forth going, man, no wonder I was never a football coach because I don't know what I would do. I don't know when I see Xavier Worthy go over here and I watch a quarterback over there, I know that's man coverage, right? Like that's obvious. If the guy's following him, that means it's man-man. But again, when I watch this offense play, I want to be able to go into that game every single week and say, Buffalo's defense is terrible, but they can run the ball. But I know that Spags can shut Cook down, but I know that defense can't shut this offense down because of what I've seen the last 2 weeks. And that's what I want to see tonight is more so of because it is, left tackle, right guard, 2 guys that weren't your starting guys on the offensive line. Yeah. And now we've seen kind of people maybe be humbled, I guess you could say is the right term for the running back situation where, hey, Kareem, you're a short yard guy. Pacheco, you are our guy. But this guy behind you is our other weapon, and we're going to use him when we need to. So I'd like to see all those answers kind of get solidified because I think I know what that defense is.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. I think I know what that defense is, but I just love defensive football, and I think going out there and dominating on defense makes it so much easier for your offense to have to go out there and do what they need to do. And so defense gets the crowd going, the big plays. Was it you guys last week that was saying you get a sack in a game, it's now considered half a turnover in the NFL? And I heard that stat somewhere the other day, and I'm like, wow, that's a big deal, man. A sack is now equivalent to half a turnover.
I was going to say,
well, that's how big a deal it is. I mean, a turnover.
No, it wasn't us that said it.
I guess not. I guess it wasn't you guys.
I'm trying to figure out how that.
Because moving them back, you're not turning the ball over, but a sack is 7 or 8 yards. It's now 2nd and 18.
I can see that being on 3rd and 12.
It basically ends a drive. Is essentially what they're saying.
Yesterday, it was 3rd and I think it was 3rd and.
Andy Dalton?
Yeah, he did it yesterday in the Carolina game against the Buffalo. It was 3rd and 5 before the end of the half, and there was 12 seconds left. And he took a sack, and you couldn't do it. And they tried to run the hurricane kick, and the guy ended up missing it, or whatever they call that play. I heard it 3 times yesterday for the first time ever what they call that play, where they
fire drill.
Fire drill, but they didn't call it that.
I don't know what they were calling it something different yesterday, but I've always called it the fire drill.
All hell breaks loose.
Yes. Right, where it's yeah, let's go.
Like we saw the Chiefs do that a couple of weeks ago and get the field goal, right?
And Butker nailed it.
Yeah.
And that, to me, was a situation where that sack was a turnover because that was a 7-point swing.
Yeah, it essentially ends drives. Sacks end drives without a turnover ending the drive, but a sack pretty much ends that drive. They're forced to punt. that's a turnover. So a sack is as big as basically a half a turnover, they're saying now in this league, especially with everybody starting at the 35-yard line right now. This is not a league that lends itself to defenses playing good anymore. 2 plays and you're already in field goal range now with everybody starting at the 35. And so you pin your ears back and you go and you make life miserable for those guys. You get after the quarterback.
Are you ready for it?
Yeah.
Did you consider Brett for Miller?
Did Will Chamberlain or Danny Manning, have they reached out to Wiggins?
You think I'm a damn fool? And also just wanted to double check that Dan Kilgore is going to practice today.
I'm sick and tired of all this bullshit.
Coach, we appreciate the time. Thanks for joining us.
From the 913, they only gave up 24 points in the Jags game. The pick 6 doesn't count against them. We haven't gotten that sounder in a long time, so I figured we'd play it. That's a good thanks, Coach, isn't it? Yeah. Okay.
That's a yes from Bob.
You should go as the text line for Halloween, where you just debunk everything we say throughout the entire show. Going to be a great game in Buffalo this week. It's not. It's a typical game in Sunday. Who cares? Another text. No, the defense in Jacksonville only gave up 24 points.
Fair enough.
Can you start drinking before 10?
Sure. Yeah.
Or do you have to be in a parking lot to do that?
I was 9.
Guy put on his I'm going to go argue with the text line pants today and tell these guys they're wrong.
Yeah.
Well, actually.
Well, they lost 31.
Who cares? At the end of the day, did you win? No.
Yeah, pick
did they score 31? You bet they did.
Yeah, they lost. And you know what? It made the team better.
Yeah. Wow. Unbelievable.
Yeah. You guys said the Jags game, the defense gave up 31 points when you forgot that 7 of those points came from the pick 6.
Actually, only 6 came from the pick 6. 7 came from the kicker. Well, the 7th came from the kicker. You want to really break it down.
Somebody says, can we all agree that Cody is the only one at the station that can pull off that Philadelphia Karen costume? Boy, that'd be great.
That would be good, yeah.
Kramer's got to have one of those costumes, right?
Yeah, the Philadelphia Karen would be good.
That'd be great.
Yeah, there's a lot of those Karens out there, man.
EGL. Yeah. Was there any, I don't think there's any Karen moments this weekend. We had a pretty good weekend. Maybe some in Kansas. You think Leipold's on the hot seat?
I don't know that he's on the hot seat. I think Rob Brenton wants him on the hot seat. That's for sure. But I'll tell you.
Does he think he's washed?
I don't know, Rob. Let me tell you.
It's a sad day for them. They only get 2 hours to talk about their losses this weekend.
Yeah, seriously.
That poor
0-2.
Pat Beulah kid, though, man. Come on.
I know. That sucks.
By the way, Theo Vaughn is definitely smashing Pavia's mom. Did you see this?
No.
Pavia did his. He did the Shannon and the Ocho and Shannon podcast. Yeah. Theo Vaughn's there, and so is his mother.
Oh wow!
In the same house.
Yes.
Insane, dude.
Interesting.
He rocked up his stick.
Yeah, it is very interesting.
Yeah. Go for it, man.
Pavia's wearing grills and chains and.
Well, I will say that college football season is essentially over locally, right? I mean, if you're not playing for the playoffs, you're essentially not playing for anything. And with Lance Lightbulb, I mean, I think what you have to look at in this situation is, I would say, hell no, he's not on the hot seat. But this is the NIL era right now. And there's a lot of people wasting money writing checks to universities to see their football teams do good. If those football teams aren't doing good and you're 7-5, are people going to continue to waste that money to support that program? I don't know. What's the return on investment at that point in time? And so I think the NIL changes everything. And this is one where I don't necessarily have the hot take on whether or not Lance should be fired at the University of Kansas, but they have lost 17 straight to K-State. They have lost their last 2 games by a score of 42-17. He's lost to anybody on the same level or better than them this year in the last couple of years. Like, it feels to me like there's kind of some staleness around that program right now. And look, it's better than it's ever been, obviously, you know, from the Kansas standpoint, but you got to stop judging things like that. Is it as good as it could be? I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know if KU will ever be a power in football. But when money is involved and the NIL is here and you're not really much better than you were before the NIL, you have to wonder, do you have the right people in place? And people may love Lance, and he's done a nice job up there in Lawrence, but if you don't start doing more than the 7-5s, people are going to say, we're just kind of stuck in a rut. And I don't know the right answer to that question. We've already seen universities spend $159 million or whatever it's been to buy coaches out this year. They're not afraid to do that. And they got rid of Brian Kelly last night, $54 million. So if teams like that are doing it, it makes me wonder how many of these other programs are going to start doing that same type of thing where if it doesn't click right away, you're gone. You used to get a recruiting class in college. You don't get that anymore. So the long story short, I don't know what the right answer is at the University of Kansas. If you're judging it on the past, fine. But I hate when people do that. Remember where we were? Who cares where we were? Are we realizing our potential now? And it feels like the resources are now there at Kansas. You know, you got the stadium thing going on. You've got all kinds of NIL money coming in. What more do you need? And this the same old, same old.
James Franklin?
I don't know. I mean, wouldn't hate that.
Because that's my
but I'm not saying, like, make a change. I don't think they need to make a change right now. But I'm not the one making those decisions, you know?
Somebody said Leipold turned into Leopold Scotch, a.k.a. Butters from South.
But his big high watermark was like early, and it's not been great, since. It's kind of gotten worse over the last 3 years.
And somebody said, if Indiana can turn around, then KU shouldn't have excuses.
Exactly.
No,
exactly.
They have the money. They have the facilities. I don't think they can, it's Kansas. They'll just never know. Like, that's not the way this works anymore.
Right. No, exactly. Look at Vanderbilt.
Yeah, and they're putting exactly this, and that happened in 2 or 3 years. They're already right there. They're going to make the college football playoffs this year, barring something ridiculous. Indiana, they're going to make the college football playoff again this season. KU's got the resources, so put up or shut up. I don't know
Finish the stadium.
I don't know how you dictate what decision to make, Bob. Like, okay, I think he should stay. I don't think he should. Like, what is the dictating line? I think part of it should be, okay, could the grass be greener? And that's why my first question is James Franklin, because this is always the conversation. If you're talking about firing or getting rid of a coach, you have to know that next answer.
Yeah.
James Franklin could be it.
And when they fired
Kelly.
Mark Mangino, they thought they had the right answer in Harbaugh, and it backfired, and they didn't get him. And so then they didn't have the right answer at that point in time.
I also do think they need to get that quarterback out of Lawrence.
I kind of like that guy's been there a long time.
Yeah,
man.
6 years.
Yeah, it's like every time I turn on the TV, that guy's playing quarterback. I'm like, it's not interesting at this point. It just isn't. And you got smoked in your last 2 games. You lost 17 straight. It just feels kind of stale. Again, I'm not invested like a Rob Brenton is in something like this.
He was there in his poncho. But he was feeling really bad.
Yeah, but when you watch it from the outside and you look at it and if fans are mad, I understand that. I get it. It's a different era of college sports. It's not amateurism anymore. It's not kids anymore. We're talking about paid professionals. And if this was the NFL, would they keep these guys around? No, probably not. So I'm not sitting here calling for the guy's job. I just don't know what the solution is at this point in time.
What if they go get Colin Klein?
Kansas? That would be hysterical.
That would be awesome.
Heel turn.
Would
love it. And then he leads them to their first victory in 18 years.
I mean, that would be awesome, bro.
What are we building here?
Yeah.
Coming up on the other side, we get to our brioche of the weekend, as we do every single Monday here on 96.5 The Fan. We call this show Fesco and Dusty with Mac Morey as well. Your home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fesco and Dusty, brought to you by Golden Oak Lending. Do you need extra cash? Golden Oak Lending can convert your home's equity into cash in as little as 14 days. Let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues. Your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan.
Ready, set, Ford. That's what Shawnee Mission Ford is all about, bringing meaning to Ready, Set, Ford. Hey, it's Gold. I've been driving a new vehicle thanks to my friends over at Shawnee Mission Ford for over a month now, and they offer their customers the largest discounts on every new vehicle, along with aggressive rebates and top trade-in value, and maybe you're looking for a pre-owned vehicle. You're in luck as well with over 100 pre-owned vehicles to choose from at prices and terms well within any budget. Shawnee Mission Ford is on a mission to do more.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131.
1 in 8 women will face breast cancer. But the Breast Cancer Research Foundation is changing that. With breakthroughs in prevention and treatment, we're not just saving lives, we're rewriting the future, giving those diagnosed more time to not just survive, but thrive. This is the moment. This is the mission. Support breast cancer research. Until 1 in 8 is none in 8.
Chumba Casino brings non-stop fun straight to your screen. Anytime, anywhere. Explore hundreds of games like slots, blackjack, and instant scratch-style cards. Sign up to unlock your free welcome bonus and daily login bonuses. And enjoy your chance at exciting prizes without spending a thing. Just click, play, and enjoy the ride. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
Hey, Zach, are you smiling at my gorgeous canyon view?
No, Donald. I'm smiling because I've got something I want to tell the whole world.
Well, do it. Shout it out.
T-Mobile's got home internet.
Whoa, I love that echo. T-Mobile's got home internet.
How much is it?
Look at that, Zach. We got the neighbors' attention.
Just $35 a month. And you love a great deal, Denise.
Plus, they've got a 5-year price guarantee. That's 5 whole trips around the sun.
I'm switching. Me too.
Yes, T-Mobile home internet for the neighborhood.
Donald, you still haven't returned my weed whacker.
Carl, don't you embarrass me like this, please.
What's everyone yelling about?
T-Mobile's got home internet.
And Donald's got my weed whacker.
Yes, T-Mobile's got home internet. Just $35 a month with auto pay and any voice line. And it's guaranteed for 5 years.
Beautiful yodeling, Carl.
Taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com/ISP for details and exclusions.
Brioche of the weekend.
Big brioche guy.
Love that. Yeah, good take.
All right, rolling through it on a Monday as we get set. Chiefs and Commanders, our brioche of the weekend. We'll take yours as well on the text line. Mac, why don't you get us rocking and rolling and started? As Dusty always says, your name's first on the list right now.
Yeah, Drew just got a free apple pie from McDonald's playing the Monopoly game.
He did.
He goes, yeah, it was cool. They said you get a free meal item, and it's $1.39. Only thing for $1.39 on the menu is an apple pie.
Well, that's great. A free menu item valued at $1.39.
That's
is
right.
That really what it said at McDonald's today?
That's like giving up 24 instead of 31.
Yeah.
Brioche of the Weekend presented by Sheet Metal Workers, local number 2. Vote for the high school football game of the week at prepskc.com. And each week, the Sheet Metal Workers will give $750 to both teams, booster clubs. And we'll announce those winning teams on Friday morning.
Yeah.
So, Matt, go ahead.
I had a plan this weekend to do nothing, and I executed it perfectly.
Wow.
It was fantastic. It's sometimes hard to do nothing. It really is. Sometimes your mind get too busy, get too stressed, anxiety can creep in. You start doing tasks, you start thinking about something, I'll just go do that.
Oh, you say nothing. You, legitimately mean nothing.
Nothing. Like, I didn't do anything.
You're talking about, vacuuming or raking leaves.
Didn't do that.
Nothing. So legitimately nothing.
Yeah, I'm not going to clean around the house. I'm not going to, I'm just, because that's been every weekend. It's like a travel thing or it's doing something big event or whatever it is. I was like, this week, I know it's going to be raining. I know the weather's going to suck. I don't have any plans made. I'm not going to make any. I'm going to do nothing. And it was fantastic. And then I got done with my fantasy football show yesterday and I called my lovely fiance and I said, Hannah, I know we're doing the quinoa thing, but It's just so cold, drizzly outside. Please, would you make your potato soup? I'll go get all the stuff right now at the wonderful Hy-Vee next to our place. And boom, she was like, yes, even though I just woke up, absolutely, let's do it. So I enjoyed.
What time of day was that?
I woke her up she had 2 12-hour shifts Friday,
Oh,
Saturday,
gotcha. Okay,
so she was
fair.
asleep till
Got it.
10:30,
Fine.
honestly.
Okay.
But yeah, then she made her potato soup, so that's all I did yesterday. Eat potato soup, did nothing. It was a great, awesome, restful weekend.
Yeah, there's nothing better than that, where you get that weekend and you're like, what do you have to do? Nothing.
Yeah,
It's
nothing.
Friday. I'm closing as Ned used to say in the offseason, I'm closing the gate to the farm. I'll see you in February.
Heck yeah.
If you get a weekend where you can close the gate and see you on Monday, that really is
It was
a
good.
good weekend.
It was good.
Yeah. I'm going to give the brioche of the weekend just to my Saturday. Being with my daughter and having the opportunity to have that one-on-one time with her is memories that we were making and creating. And I know I've only got, a couple more years with her. So to be able to just kind of spend that time with her and show her CU's campus, get the In-N-Out burger, hike a little bit, do that kind of stuff, just to spend 12 hours essentially with no outside distractions. And I got a text from my best friend last night. He goes, wish I would have known you were in Denver. I was there as well with my daughter. And I responded back to him. He lives out in Colorado. I responded back to him and I said, look, I kind of needed this. He goes, no, I totally get it. He goes, we were in and out as well. It was a quick, 12 hours that we were in Denver. They were just looking at something real fast. And I said, so were we. I said, I kind of needed that time. And it was good just to have that, because I thought about calling him, a week ago when we made the plans to go. And I go, if I do that, my daughter's going to think this isn't about her.
Yeah.
And I want everything to be about her, not about me, not about Drew, not about, his daughter, who's about the same age as mine. They're friends and all that kind of stuff. But I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to go out there and not be 100% as dad focused on her. And so I
Good
told
on
him
you.
that, and he's like, yeah, I totally get that. I totally understand that. And good friends will understand that.
You go out to Denver and be like, honey, these are called gummies. You only need to eat half of it, and the other half is for the flight. No, that's awesome. I'm glad you got to do that. That was cool.
Yeah.
And it also, in the same time, you leave your wife with the other daughter. So,
Right.
they can do whatever they need to do.
And that turned into a mess over the weekend now. So
Well,
high school drama
never mind.
going on.
All right. So, anyways, trying to do my part.
I know you were, and that's the way it should have worked out. But high school drama with girls.
Sounds like the other daughter's
Dusty.
going to Colorado this weekend.
Maybe.
No, my brioche of the weekend. Okay. Got to be with my dad on Saturday.
Awesome.
That was really cool for me. I don't get to see my parents a whole lot as life has happened, and you get in your own schedule. Got to see my dad on Saturday. We went and saw the new Springsteen film. Obviously, it's no secret. You all know that is like the greatest thing in the world for me is I went to the Springsteen concert with my father. I still have the video on my phone of when he played Born to Run, and my dad looked like a 9-year-old kid for the first time seeing his favorite artist of all time. Went and saw the movie. It's a great movie in my opinion. I know if you're not a Bruce Springsteen fan or you're not a musical history buff fan, you probably won't like it. I know I'm gonna get a lot of crap for that, but it doesn't matter what you think because it wasn't the movie that was special. It was the time with my old man. And the best part about the whole thing was we sat there, had popcorn and sodas, and watched the movie. Jeremy Strong will probably win Best Supporting Actor. I'll throw that out there as a prediction. Jeremy Allen White did a great job at being Bruce. The movie may not be what you think it is. There's a lot of how Jersey kind of created Bruce to the way that he is. It shows you who his father was. It lets you know what kind of depression Bruce Springsteen has gone through his entire life. But the best part about the whole thing was the fact that after the movie was over, we went back to my house. My dad and I sat in my living room for 2 hours and just talked about the movie.
That's awesome.
There was nothing that mattered. There was a sport. There was a game on. I think it was the Dynamite matchup that was LSU at the time, and then it turned into a slop fest. But it didn't matter. We didn't care. We locked eyes. We talked stories. We brought up things, all these things that we noticed in the movie that kind of, the song Mansion on the Hill, how they reference that in the movie, how Atlantic City gets created, how he wanted to do this album because it was him, it wasn't everything else. And it was awesome, man. So I don't have a mother. I do have a stepmother, a stepfather, and a father. I suggest if anybody out there has not been with their parents in a long time, take time. Go do it.
It happens fast.
It's awesome. It was, man, because my dad's 69, man. And
nice.
Yeah. So it was cool to kind of have that sort of, and if you do have that relationship with your father and you do want to go see this movie, there is a scene in this movie that will absolutely captivate you and bring you to tears between Bruce and his father. And when that scene happens and I look to my left and my dad at the same time looks to his right, game over.
Yeah, that's exactly
over.
right. And
so it was awesome.
You know, my parents are 75 and 76 years old, and my sister and I have been kind of talking recently. Like, it's happening. It's going to happen fast. I was talking to a friend of mine at the Jay about a month ago, and he lost his dad at like 82, right? And I go, wow. I said, my parents are 75, and I go, how is he? He goes, once they hit 80, man, it speeds up really, really fast. And I was reading some stuff online about that 75-year-old mark, or I was listening to some guy on 60 Minutes actually talk about it. From 75 to the end, it goes really, really fast, and that's kind of like your last decade of life. And if you're not staying active and doing all this kind of stuff, it's going to end very, very fast. And so if you got those older parents, you're fortunate enough they're here. I've got to fly 1,000 miles to see mine, or they've got to fly 1,000 miles to here. That's why we look forward to Thanksgiving every year, and, you know, all that kind of stuff. It is vitally important to make that quality time. And then the Nick Mangold thing got me yesterday, guys. I don't know who he is. Like, I'm not a Jet fan, or anybody. I know who he is.
And they went and won the whole freaking thing.
Yeah, but like that shouldn't have impacted me the way that it did. But 41 years old, fathers, got those kids. They keep showing them at Disney World with his daughter. Like, I may lose it this morning.
And he got cut that day.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, that was the caption of the photo. He's on, what is it?
I thought they were talking about cutting in line.
No, he got cut. It says, found out you get cut from your NFL team the same day you're at Disney World. And he's on the log ride going down the mountain.
Yeah, that picture. I thought they were saying he got cut in line on that. And I do want to give one more brioche of the weekend out, and it's to you, because a week ago you had asked me if I was okay, and you knew I wasn't. And when you asked me that question, my whole week changed, and I just wanted to thank you for that.
Yes,
and
sir.
I've been meaning to do that privately, but this came up, and we're all kind of having a moment here. So I wanted to thank you for that, because you okay?
Yeah.
No, I'm not. And I'll get through it, and it's okay, but you noticed it, and it changed my whole outlook on the week last week, and so I appreciate that from you.
You put me in the spot, and I don't want to go anywhere, so I got to check in on my fan, man. You got to check in with your people.
You do.
It's okay.
And then Matt got a haircut. Like,
it looks great. Looks great, man. I mean, good for Hannah.
Oh, exactly. Yeah, brioche. Yes.
Yeah.
She likes the haircut?
She does. I was nervous. She loves the long hair, but she likes it.
What's she going to pull on now?
I've been pounded.
And this morning, look what's showing up on my computer now, alpacas.
That's right.
There we go.
Come on, Jen, go do
Full
something nice
circle.
for your husband and buy him one. Or go do something nice for somebody today, whether that's a friend, family, or a stranger. It could change their day, their week, their month, their year. It's simply cool to care. Kansas City, stay kind, stay safe, go Chiefs. Cody Golden Drew coming up next from 10 to 2.